Well, top of the afternoon to all you lovely travel folks. You are just in time for HAR's second annual Host Week. It's like Shark Week, but with no sharks, which is very safe. It's just with host agencies. So if we have not had the pleasure of meeting yet, I'm Steph Lee, the founder of Host Agency Reviews. I will be your MC for this week. And it looks like we also have Fennec joining us today, which is very exciting. And maybe Orion might be coming, my pup. So let's see, what do we have on the docket today? If you have attended any of the other days, you know that the general format of things. So we kick things off with a keynote speaker every day. And then we have a segment where April interviews hosts. And then we have our think tanks that are aimed to help you up your agency game. So today, well, every day we also have a blog of the day. And today is the top 4 free marketing tools for travel agencies. So we'll put the link in there. The tools aren't necessarily travel agent specific. So it's not like client base for marketing or Travel Joy or Travelify. We'll put the link to the blog in the comments. So take a peek and let us know what your favorite tools are. And speaking of free, that reminds me that we want to go ahead and thank our Host Week sponsors, Avoya Travel, Lavarte Travel, NextGen Travel Group, and Uniglobe Travel Center. They sponsored Host Week, and that means that we can offer this event free for advisors. So thank you. One of the other things I want to mention is that one of our hosts today that we're interviewing, Travel Resources Group, was the winner of our free Comfort Class package giveaway for hosts. And if you're not familiar with HAR and our business model and how we make money, because a lot of like our content we give out for free and educational, but we make our money, 95% of it comes through advertisers, but it's not a pay to play situation. So all hosts are listed for free on our site. And then they have the option to upgrade if they want more exposure or to have more things on their profile. So every host week, we do a drawing for a free Comfort Class giveaway package to one lucky host agency that's engaged with their profile and their site throughout the year. And this year, Travel Resources Group won it. So congratulations. And if you're listening to this and you're a host or you're an advisor that belongs to a host, and you want to get more info about how to get listed on the site or how to get your host listed on the site, go ahead and email us at hello@hostagencyreviews.com and we can walk you through the process. We can get you set up in probably about 2 minutes flat. So what do we have in the pipeline today? So back for yet another day is our very popular Get to Know a Host segment. And that starts up at 12:45 Central Time today. So set your alarms so you don't miss hearing from who we have today. We have Travel Resources Group, Dugan's Travel, Outside Agents, Gifted Travel Network, and Independent by Liberty Travel. After I get to know the host section, we'll wind things down with our 2 think tank sessions. So travel attorney Thomas Carpenter is going to take the stage at 2:50 p.m. Central Time. And he's going to share with us the top 4 ways to manage legal risk when selling travel. And after that, we're going to switch over to Patty Noonan from the Travel Institute, who will be going over their New to Travel 101 course. So don't go away. There's loads more to come. In a few minutes, I'm going to sit down with the energetic and idea machine that is Sandra McLemore, and we'll run through the biggest distractions that you're facing that are taking away from your business. But we won't allow you to get distracted by your distractions. No, we are going to make sure we give you some tools and ideas to help keep you on track and keep those distractions at bay. As I'm saying this, there are these birds flying out there and totally distracted me. So, and the other thing I wanted to mention about it is make sure you tune in because she's got a bonus giveaway that we'll talk about a little bit more during the keynote with her. So stick around. We're going to be, those birds are so distracting. So stick around. We'll be back in just a few short minutes. Well, we are halfway through Host Week, and kicking today off, our keynote is Sandra McLemore, the president of Travel Marketing and Media. Sandra, hello. How are you?
Hello. Oh my gosh, what a week already, and you're only halfway.
I know. I'm so excited to have you on board for our second annual Host Week because whenever we chat, I have to tell you. So I have this like system with my notes. You can't read them. You can't read them, but okay. I always put like a star by things I need to follow up with or that I think are really good ideas. And whenever we get done talking, I always look at the Sandra notes and there's like tons of stars all over the page. So
it's a galaxy.
It's a galaxy. And you are an idea machine. So today's topic that we're going to be touching on is how to pinpoint distractions hurting your business and staying focused. So the first thing I think of when you would pitch this idea was like, oh, good, I'm not the only one struggling with this. At least there's one other person, and maybe if you're in the audience, you happen to be struggling with this too.
Right.
So it feels kind of like with the social media moving at just lightning speed and being impossible to keep up with everything that's
Mhm.
going on the interwebs. And that plus the pandemic and the way it's upended our lives, there's just so much distraction going on. So
Yeah.
everything's been supercharged. So let's jump into it. I figured we could kind of break it into two segments. So like the first section will identify the big distractions that are out there for those of us typically that are working from home. And then we can come up with some solutions for them and then talk about, I know you're a woman with a method to your madness. And then we can talk about the method you use to kind of prioritize your day. Does that sound good?
Yeah, that sounds awesome. And before we jump into the 5 top distractions, I really want to do a shout out to the people who are their own biggest distraction. And since we spoke, I actually found, I know, right? Since we spoke, I found this on the internet and I posted it last night and it got the biggest, like, people went crazy over it. So I want to read it to you because I think that you're probably going to fall off your chair. It says, I needed to do the laundry, but then I realized I was out of detergent. So I went to write a shopping list and realized how unorganized the junk drawer was. And I started checking for pens with ink. When I went to toss all the junk, I saw that the trash was full. But before I took it out, I wanted to get rid of the old food in the fridge. That's when I realized that there was a juice jug that had leaked. So I needed to clean it up. But when I went to grab a rag, I saw that the pantry closet was a nightmare. So I started organizing it. And that is how I ended up on the floor looking at my old photo albums from the 1990s, not doing laundry. And I just feel like that is the life of an entrepreneur, that you sit down to do one task and you are 7 tasks away from it. So I wanted to do a shout out to all the people who feel like, they used to talk about if you're 6 degrees of separation from anyone. My life goal was to be 6 degrees from Oprah and to move like closer to Oprah. I feel like I'm always 6 tasks away from the task that I'm trying to get to. So a shout out today to all the people who feel like they're always 6 tasks away from the task they're trying to get to, because maybe you're going to look at all these top 5 distractions now and be like, yeah, well, I'm my own biggest distraction. What we're going to talk about today is also
definitely me. That's definitely me. You've like pinpointed.
Right.
It's like you were inside my mind.
I know.
Well,
Okay.
let's see, going along with that, because I know a lot of the people that are tuning in today, this is something I think we all struggle with. So please don't be shy. This is pre-recorded. So Sandra and I are going to be in the comments, kind of if you have questions, or we can be like, yes, we too have done that. So don't be shy in the comments. Feel free to share your experiences or different ideas that come up along the way. So Sandra, you told me that there's 5 different main distractions that most of us face during a work day. So break it down for us.
Okay, so the first distraction is people. People might be people that you live with, and these people can come in varying sizes. So in my house, I have a big person and a little person, and they both distract me equally. And it's not necessarily a bad distraction. It's not that they come into my office and they're constantly like annoying. It's not like that. It's not a bad thing. It might be as simple as saying, how's your day? Or bringing me lunch, or asking me if I want a snack. It might be coming in for a hug. Sometimes it's the sweetest of things, but people can be a distraction. And it's sometimes the other way around. I get FOMO. I have fear of missing out. So if I see the FedEx guy show up and he's got a box, sometimes I can't wait to see what the FedEx guy's got. So people can be the biggest distraction in your day. If you have anyone else in your workspace or near your workspace, even out the window of your workspace, people are a big distraction.
Well, so I just have to tell you this. I just got a new skylight put in here, which I was like, this is going to be so exciting. From my desk, I can have some sunshine in here. And even the skylight that just looks out into blue sky or clouds is distracting. Like sometimes I'm like, wow, this is so pretty to have great light in here. And I'll be like 10 minutes later, okay, Steph, time to focus back on work.
I know, shiny object syndrome. That's not even on my list, but I was looking just when we were getting started and I was like, oh, look at the way the feathers move. And I thought, really, focus.
You and I
It reminds me
together.
back when my baby was like a newborn and he would like look around the room and get distracted. But yes, people are one of our biggest distractions, and it works both ways. But then the next one, for those of you who don't have children at home or perhaps people at home, are the next living, breathing hearts and souls, and they are your pets. If you have pets at home, fur babies, birds, any kind of pet at home, they can be the biggest distraction. And I think that I'm not a pet person in that I don't have pets, but I think that sometimes pets can even be harder than humans, because depending on the age of the human, you can sometimes reason with a human, you can explain to a human, you can have a conversation, you can chat about boundaries and organization of time, but how do you do that with fur babies? So pets can be a big distraction, and sometimes it's not even necessarily in needing your time. Sometimes it's literally just in the distraction itself of, look at me.
Yeah,
you have fur babies.
I do. They're like my children. So I felt bad. I even had to lock them out during this. They're downstairs because I was like, this is going to be really embarrassing if when Sandra's talking about distractions and Orion comes flying into the screen. And it's, he's so bad at distracting me that I even put him as one of the speakers on our schedule.
I love that.
And it was like, I think I like an asterisk that said something like may appear at any time, because he's the dog most likely to be like, oh, there's a screen? How can I jump in front of it and distract everyone? So
Exactly. And I think definitely and let us know in the comments. Actually, I would love to know in the comments as we're going through these distractions. Let Stephanie and I know in the comments, are you, the first one we talked about was yourself. Like, are you 6 tasks away from your task? If you're that person, write in the comments, always 6 tasks away from my task. If you have a problem with people being your distraction, let us know in the comments. If pets are your distraction, if you're like Stephanie and you have that, let us know in the comments. And if you're game enough, let us know who your people are. I will tell you straight up, my husband and my toddler are my biggest distraction in the comments. And I definitely want to call out to the parents who have children at home that never planned for the last 2 years on having their children at home. It is so hard, especially I know this last week, to get an email at 10:34 p.m. to be told, sorry, school is closed tomorrow. It's really hard to make those arrangements when you know that you have no childcare the next day. We don't have any other source of childcare when school is closed, and we don't have family here. So if that's you, I feel for you. I don't have a solution, but we see you.
Kudos.
We hear you.
It's
really rough, and I don't know how much longer it's going to go on for. And we have a couple of solutions in here, but there's never going to be a solution for what life throws at you like a pandemic. We keep moving, but we see you out there. We see you struggling. And if you have all those things, the FedEx guy, the Amazon guy, the pets jumping, and the skylight flickering at you. And the
skylights, anyone?
It's a lot. It's a lot. So from people to pets, this next one, the good news is, in a minute, we're going to talk about this next one, is one of the 5 you can actually squash. It's one of them that you can do something about, but it's also notoriously the worst. Notifications. Notifications are one of the distractions, one of the 5. Stephanie, have you ever seen, my friend, the Netflix documentary, The Social Dilemma? Have you seen that?
I haven't.
Okay, one day, check it out.
April loved it, though. April loved it.
Okay, so check it out. So the motion of picking up your phone and refreshing your screen, you know how you do that and you just kind of flick down and it refreshes your screen? Did you know that actually comes from the motion of pulling a slot machine handle? And so when the app developers at the social media companies were finding a way to refresh the screen so that the algorithms could bring you the most recent information, that comes from the casino movement of doing this. And so there are so many things that are built into social media that are psychological practices and behaviors that have been studied over hundreds of years that they know are going to make you do certain things. That little notification on the bottom of your screen, this here, for someone like me who doesn't want to see it, I just want to tap on it because right now it says 3 notifications. I have to wait 45 more minutes to find out what that 3 is. Now, if I look on my email, let me show you right here. I have no emails here. If you pick up my husband's phone, he has 75,623 unread emails. It gives me heart palpitations. I can't live like that. And so notifications for some of us, it's horrific because I don't know, are you somebody that needs to have a clear inbox, or do you need to see notifications if it pops up?
Well, no, I don't like death by notification, so I turn off, like, all the notifications because I just can't. I get so overwhelmed, and that's what I was saying where it feels like social media is so supercharged, and it feels like you always have to be and one thing I learned when getting sick was, like, the world doesn't go you know, everything doesn't blow up if you're not
Right?
responding back to people or doing something, and yes, in a perfect world, I would love to be able to respond back to everything and be super active, but I've gotta live in the real world too, you know?
Right. And there are extremes. So you can either completely disconnect from notifications and say, you know what, I'm not even going to look. I'm not going to look at anything. But realistically, in the travel profession, you got to look at some stuff
Mhm.
because you have travelers and you have responsibilities. But on the other extreme, if you reacted to every notification, you would be a very unproductive person. So, notifications, we're talking about emails, we're talking about voice calls, we're talking about phones ringing, we're talking about Ring cameras. I don't know how many coyotes have been in my neighborhood in the last 24 hours, but Ring lets me know every time. Um, all kinds of things like that. The good news is notifications is one of the 5 distractions that you can absolutely squash. And the great news is you can also customize it as well. So you don't have to pack away and squash all notifications. You can pick and choose what you get notified of and when. I don't want to receive phone calls all day, but I do want to know if Montessori call me because it's going to be really important. I don't want to get all the news notifications because if BuzzFeed are telling me 5 different ways to eat pasta through a straw, I don't need to know
Mm,
that.
super
But I do
important.
want to know if there's a missile heading for Los Angeles, you know?
No, you don't. No, you don't wanna just be
Actually, maybe I don't.
blissfully living your life and boom, you're gone.
Maybe that's the moment that I want to learn how to eat pasta through a straw. I don't know. So notifications are a big distraction, and we might laugh about them, but I know that they're debilitating for some travel advisors. Like some travel advisors literally just find their day consumed by notification and they wish that they had a strategy out. So in a moment, we'll talk about how to get out of that.
Yeah,
The
death by
next one,
notifications.
the next one actually, I think affects, I don't know, I'm going to say we have about 30,000 travel advisors in our community in North America. And I want to say out of 30,000 travel advisors, maybe like 90% of them struggle with this next one. So let me know let us know. Let Stephanie and I know in the chat if notifications, if that's something you struggle with. But I'm pretty sure this next one is going to be a big one. Priority confusion. So did you know that you probably spend up to 40% of your day figuring out what you're going to do next or catching up on the next part of your next task? So it
Mhm.
sounds like a lot. You're probably thinking, oh, no, I don't spend 40% of my day doing that. But if you actually watch back, studies have shown that if you actually watch back on a camera, yourself working, only a small
Ugh,
percentage of your day is actually spent productive, actually working on your tasks. A lot of your day is spent looking at the last email to figure out where you're up to, catching up, circling back, reading to
yeah.
see, like a lot of the time we say, well, where are we? I was working on my lead magnet, for example. Where am I up to with that? Or I last reached out to my host agency to find out I don't know, like how I could help do better with my river cruise sales, where they told me, oh, what did they tell me? Like, it's hard to know where to start. Or perhaps it's just that we have a really overwhelming task list, like a task list that doesn't ever have an end. Knowing what to attack next. Priority confusion causes us to waste so much time. And so, for
Mhm.
that reason, a lot of people are really unproductive. And that is one of the biggest distractions because you spend a lot of time sifting through things. I think you could liken it to spring cleaning.
Ew.
That if you have a really messy house, or do you ever see like on daytime TV? You're probably too busy to watch daytime TV, but like I catch some of it sometimes because Anthony produces one of the biggest talk shows in the world. So sometimes I try to watch one of his shows and I catch the end of Hoarders. And I see these hoarding shows and they open up the front door and it's mountains of things. Like that part of my OCD gets triggered a little. And I think, where do you start? Like, do you
Uh-uh.
start at the top of a pile? What room do you start in? And look, even if your house isn't like that, even if it's just kind of a little messy, if you were to do a spring clean or maybe like moving house, the thought of packing Maybe it's like the end of a 7-day cruise and you look at your cabin and you're like, oh, where do I start? Or getting home and unpacking. It's that feeling of priority confusion or not knowing where to start. That is actually a huge distraction to our productivity.
I would totally believe that. And I actually was mortified when you said, imagine if you were filmed what you did all day, like your work. And I'm like, oh, that would be just actually terrifying to watch because, yeah, I'd be afraid of how little I was actually doing sometimes, or like, staring out the
Right?
skylight or.
When I was thinking about it, I was watching this show on A&E, the network, and they film in one of the London hospitals. They film like the emergency room, and I remember thinking it's like a 48 hours in an emergency room at a hospital, and I thought, gosh, they work so hard. I said to Anthony, imagine if somebody filmed me for 48 hours. What would they film me doing? It's not that I'm not busy. I'm very, very busy. But I really can't say that I would be productive for a full 48 hours. I would be very embarrassed.
No, me too. Me too. I'm with you.
Doing a little laundry, looking through my drawer.
I know. No, I would end up on the floor looking at the 1990s pictures nostalgically.
That's it. We'd be the people looking at that. I would be like pulling out. This morning, I found an old CD of Milli Vanilli. Like, and remember the words on. Do you remember like the old CDs and the words if you pull out the CD cover?
The
and
lyrics, yeah.
Those are the places I find myself. So yes, if they had a camera over me for 48 hours, and this all comes back to that lack of prioritization, and it takes us to number 5, which is lack of time planning, and they are joined together. So lack of like the prioritization and lack of time planning. So the confusion of what to do and then how to spend your time, they're directly connected. Because if you don't know what to do next and what's most important, and then you don't know how to actually organize the time you have. And I wrote this article at the beginning of our membership magazine last month. Sorry, it's a quote and I want to read it to you. It's really short. It says, you don't need more time. Time is like air. You have enough to thrive. You just need how to learn to use it better. Spend it on what matters. Spend it on what aligns with your life and your business goals. You never hear people complaining for the most part that they need more air. We have more than enough air. But you always hear people saying like, I need more time. If only I had more time. Or you hear people being like, there's not enough hours in the day. We really do have enough hours in the day. We just don't spend it in the right way. And that's the thing in our business. We have people in the travel industry who have 3 hours to work on their business a week because maybe they're a startup. Maybe they're just coming into the industry. Maybe it's that they have 30 hours a week. Maybe they have 60 hours a week because they're seasoned and they're running a big agency and they have 15, 20, 80 ICs under them. There is enough time. It just depends on how we spend it. So those two things, not knowing what to do next and then not knowing how to spend your time, they're two of the biggest distractions or the biggest like things that can derail your train.
Yeah, definitely. So what are some solutions for it if we're trying to figure out how to make it so our businesses can be more successful?
Yeah, so I have 4 tools. So I would love for travel advisors, go ahead and write these down for yourselves, because these are 4 things that have worked for me. And before you decide they won't work for me, just give yourself a little bit of grace, and say to yourself, you know what, I'm going to try these things. And I'm going to really lean in and hope that they work. And if they don't work, I'm going to make myself a promise to try something else after them, because there is something for everyone. And, there's not a one size fits all when it comes to time management, but there is a solution for everybody. And I think the worst thing that we can do is to say that nothing works. That's quitting, and quitting doesn't work. That's for sure. So I'm going to give a couple of tips today and hopefully they work for you. But if they don't work, then just know that there is something out there that works, but just don't quit on finding that one thing for you. It's kind of like weight loss. There's got to be a way.
Yeah, I love though that you say that there's not one way for everybody, because so many times when I talk with people, like, this is what you need to do. You need to get up at 7:00. You need to make sure you're dressed professionally, do this, this, and this. But there's so many personality types and like different situations going around. Like I want to work in my pajamas, I can be just as productive. But for some people, that doesn't work. So
No, do you know what you absolutely have to do? What works for you and what allows you to be consistent. That's what you have to do. You have to do what allows you to be consistent and what allows you to get the work done. It makes no sense to do someone else's routine if you can't keep it consistently.
Yeah.
I don't know. Okay, so I'm going to give 4 anti-distraction tools. Think of them like, anti-static tools or anti-distraction. So these are things that you can do or things that you can implement into your life. And some of them are tools and some of them are tactics. So let's go ahead and write these down, pop them in your phone or write them on a piece of paper. So the first one is a Chrome extension. So as in Google Chrome, the internet browser. So some of you would use Safari, some of you would use Firefox. I don't know if Internet Explorer is still a thing, but a lot of you would use Google Chrome. So for those of you who use Google Chrome, and if you don't, you can Google a different version of it. But there's a Google Chrome extension called Block Sites, BLOCKSITES. It's essentially that blocks you from your biggest distractions. So currently right now, I could not, if I wanted to, access on my computer Facebook, Amazon, Etsy, or Instagram because I have blocked myself from those websites between the hours of 9 and 5, Monday to Friday, because I cannot be trusted to spend my time. Now, unfortunately for me, I then found a workaround that I could go to Safari and open them. So I've also had to uninstall Safari from my computer. And then I found that I could use my phone. And my friend told me, oh, just install the app and you won't be able to do it on your app either. So I can't do any of those things. In fact, to be able to read you the quote the post from Facebook that I read you earlier, I had to take a screenshot last night after 5 p.m. It's done wonders, absolutely wonders. Now, if you're asking me, well, how do you use Facebook and Instagram because you got to use it for work? Yes, I do. But I actually use an online scheduler to do all my posting. And that same online scheduler allows me to respond and engage with comments and things. So there is actually zero reason that I need to be on Facebook, Instagram, Etsy specifically, or Amazon for work purposes. During the day, if I decide that I need to use, Target's being added to that list this afternoon because it's another offender. But if I find that I need to buy something, then I literally just write myself a Post-it note. I have these hand washable Post-it notes, and I old school write something on here that I need to buy from Amazon, stick it on here, and at 5:01, I can open Amazon and I can add them to my cart. And I have to say that I feel like this has probably brought me back an hour to 2 hours per day of my time. I didn't realize how many times I was going to those websites until I was blocked from them. And it's so funny because Stephanie, the screen that pops up when I try to go to them, you can customize it. And mine says, Sandra, go back to work. And it's in caps and it shouts like it's like in my face and it's kind of aggressive. And the first time I was really angry and then I was like, okay, don't yell. And I closed the browser and I went back to work. And I counted on the first day 13 times.
Wow.
I know. And I didn't even intentionally go to those places. I don't know. Like, I think that it's like the refresh.
Why do you want to go do it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I love that it allows you to like customize the landing page though.
Yeah, right. So tell us in the comments, what websites would you have to block yourself from? So for some of you, it might be Fantasy League football. For some of you, it could be like mine are Etsy and Amazon. What are yours, Stephanie? What would you have to block yourself from?
Mine is like I look at the news a lot. So I would say it's the news. I'm not super bad with social. But I would say the news or getting lost with buying things like for the dogs or, something like to keep the house running. Those are my big pain points, I think.
Yeah, I probably need to get off Google Flights. No travel advisor wants to know that Sandra McLemore is on Google Flights, but I probably want to get off Google Flights. And I wasn't on Expedia, so I don't need to get off that.
Yeah, okay. It's bad news, man.
Bad. So I definitely recommend that you could jump onto install block sites. That's a really good one. The next one is remove mobile apps. Oh, a lot of people are going to be like, I can't do that. But I told you, just give me a second. I'm talking about removing Facebook app and Instagram app from your phone. You're not deleting your account. Now, I leave Facebook Messenger open because my family are all over the world, and it's actually how I communicate with my family. So I don't want to turn that off. But try removing Facebook app from your phone. Now, what you could do is like me, I reinstall it on a Friday afternoon. And I will sit on the couch and Netflix and Hulu all weekend, watching Emily in Paris right now, all weekend with it on. But during the week, I actually remove it. You don't have to set it up once again. You just re-download it and it's all there. But try removing the apps that give you the biggest distraction. I also had to remove Pinterest as well. Pinterest probably needs to be blocked on my computer. So removing the mobile apps on your phone is a really good way to be able to not be distracted. So one is installing block sites and two is removing the mobile apps. The next one is super.
Wait, hold on. I have a quick comment on that because I noticed the other day, like on my phone, like sometimes what I do is when I'm not prioritizing my time and I don't exactly know what to do, I find myself just swiping through the apps and being like, what was something I needed to do? And then I was like, I should, like a lot of these apps I have used in a long time, I should just clean out these apps to simplify my life because that's just more, brain clutter, even if I'm not using it.
Yeah. If you are looking for apps to find something to do,
sorry,
that, my friend, is a big indicator that you are not using your time effectively, especially during work time.
Yeah.
So one of the other things that you can do, and I don't know, this might be a little bit too much. This is really showing my true colors right now. Some people are going to judge me for this and some people are going to stand up and clap. My apps are all sorted into folders by alphabetical order based on the type of app it is. So I have an app for social media, an app for photography apps, and a folder for photography things, a folder for business related things, a folder for finance things, a folder for cruise lines. It used to be a travel folder. And as I got deeper in the industry, it became a cruise line folder. Then it became a river cruise line folder, the airline folder, like the travel folder got too big, the map app folder, the rideshare folder.
Yeah.
So I started putting folders, and by keeping the apps in folders, it did keep it a little bit more organized. But yeah, if you're scrolling, looking for apps to fill in time.
It's like when I'm bored, I'm just like, what should I do? Like the apps will tell me what to do.
Right. And also, here's a little thing, not having your phone at your desk. That's a huge thing. Like just putting your phone slightly out of reach where you would have to get up. It's incredible the number of things that I won't get up to do, even when it's just a little bit away. Like I just won't get up.
I'm with you.
Over there.
I'm with you on that.
Do you know how many shows I've watched because I won't get up because the remote's not in reach? I watched a whole infomercial the other night on a cheese slicer anyway, it was a really long infomercial because I just wouldn't get up for the remote. If you put your phone just out of reach, that also is a really great way to be able to do it too. And I do that sometimes as well. Speaking of phones, that takes me to number 3 on my anti-distraction list. This is super cool, what I'm about to tell you, and it's on all Mac, Apple and Android phones. It might be a little bit different on Android. I'm an Apple girl, so I'm not too familiar with what it's called on Android, but y'all can Google it. Or
people can tell us in the comments.
But yeah, you know what? An Android person's going to blast me in 2 seconds anyway and be like, this is what it is. We're not going to get into the conversation of which is better, but Android people, can you let me know in the comments what it's called? In Apple language, we call it focus mode. So now on an Apple phone, when you swipe down from the top right-hand corner, over here, you're going to find this section here. And when you click on it, it brings you up focus mode, do not disturb, sleep mode. It's all the different types of, there you go, all the different modes that you can switch your phone into. And you can actually create new modes. So I have a mode that is called sleep mode. And during sleep mode, the only calls that I let come through are from my favorites list. So that would be my parents, Anthony's parents, our siblings, and that's probably it. During work mode, I let in our parents and the school. During downtime, which is just when I don't want to do work, it's pretty much anyone in my favorites list who are like friends and family.
Mhm.
And I have all these different modes on, and you can easily, with like 2 clicks, switch the mode on your phone. So what it does is that you can customize what comes through your phone and what doesn't come through your phone. And your phone starts to learn how you work. And I think that that's really, really cool. So Android phones have it and Apple phones have it, but it's this new, you don't have to get a new phone to get it. That's the cool thing. It was an update in iOS 15 for Apple users. And I'm sure that that was an update in the Android, because they tend to update similarly. So the newest smartphone platforms all have it built in, and focus mode just helps you to eliminate distractions. Apple says the feature has the ability to set notification, call, and message filters, auto reply to others when you're not available. Oh, that's a really cool thing. So it can actually auto reply to people. I love it. Someone from a cruise line recently texted me, and I was in downtime, which means I was in family time. And when they texted me, a little purple note popped up and it says, Sandra's currently in downtime. And it
Oh,
didn't
cool. I've
message
never
them
used
back,
that.
but it allowed them to know that I may not have seen their text because I was in off mode. And when I called her later on, I was like, hey, how you doing? She goes, that's so cool. It told me that if it was, it kind of like told me, and I said, were you offended? And she said, no, but if it was urgent, I would have picked up the phone and called you, but I kind of knew that you were in family time. And I was like, yeah, isn't that cool? I think it's the
Mhm.
beginning of tech helping us to reclaim balance.
I hope so.
Like what you said about being sick, it took a traumatic event, like a life-changing event, to help you to find that balance. I think tech and the social media platforms know that they went too far, and that in order to maintain customer loyalty, that they're going to have to help us to reclaim some of that back.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. So my fourth tool is called Duo, Dewo, Duo. Duo is an app. So I'm just going to read this to you. Duo is a tool for taking back control of your time. You just hit the focus button when you need, inside the app, when you need digital silence, and Duo will mute notifications across all your connected devices. So phone, computer, tablets. Over time, it learns to recognize when you enter flow states, and it will do it for you automatically. You can also outsource meeting scheduling to Duo. You just say when you want to meet, and it will use automated artificial intelligence to find time that will least impact on your space, uninterrupted deep work. So say, for example, the app will start to realize that you do the most amount of work. You send the most amount of emails. You do the most amount of like focus work between 10:18 in the morning and 1 p.m. It will suggest to you that you have your meetings in other times of the day. How cool is that?
Yeah.
So just those 4 tools there, I think are super cool tools. But you also want to sit down and have conversations with the people that are distracting to you. Sometimes they feel like that their help. I know that I've sat down and talked to my husband and said, hey, I have these things on this week, and it would be really helpful for me to have some quiet space. Would it be okay if? And, you know, I think that they think sometimes coming in and saying, hey, what you're working on is like company and support. And
Mhm.
often that's kind of stressful, but they wouldn't know that. And so just having those conversations. And in terms of pets, I don't have pets, but one of my neighbors, she gave me a great strategy. She works from home. She said having that dedicated playtime before a really focused work time is a great strategy, because it's really telling your pet, I'm still here. I still love on you. And then setting up a dedicated rest space near or in your workspace is a big help. But do you have
Ooh.
tips on pets? Because you got a
I
furry.
have a dedicated work like this is, well, you can see their little stuffed animal
Yeah,
here, but it's
I
their
see
little
that.
bed. Yeah, well, because they always just wanna be so close, and so they literally lay at my feet when they're not playing, which is, they rest most of the day up here, so, I have found, yeah, before big calls or different things, playing fetch with them or tug of war, but at least with my dogs, the thing is I need to have then a buffer time after that because it takes them a little bit to come
To
down.
calm down. It's the
Mhm.
same as a toddler, Stephanie. No, if I'm about to jump onto a really important call, I know to go and play a little bit first, but then give about 15 minutes of heart rate downtime.
Yeah.
So, do you want to talk about how to get our day together?
Yeah, well, I'd love to talk about this time management tool you have because you have this down to a science. So maybe you
Yeah.
can like show us what it looks like, and we can like I think this is a very very helpful tool, and we'd love
Mhm.
to be able. Sandra and I talked about this beforehand. We'd love to be able to offer it out to people. So maybe Sandra, walk us through it, and then we'll chat more on it.
Yeah, so I have an app that, and listen, I have to start by saying I tried a lot of things, and a lot of things didn't work for me. And I kept hearing people talk about wish list and Asana and to do and Milkbox and all these different things. And I have a very unhealthy obsession with notebooks, and I'm the person that has a drawer full of beautiful notebooks. I love stationery, and I don't think that'll ever stop. I just feel like I love them, and I'll keep buying them. But I really needed something that was actually going to help me and be productive. And I have to say that I did find it in this app. I have been recommending this app to travel advisors for almost 3 years now. And I love it because number one, it's free. To begin with, it's free in terms of you can use it up to a certain capacity. And number two, it allowed me to create templates for travel advisors that I could give for free to travel advisors to get them going. Because sometimes when you find a tool, one of the hardest things is kind of onboarding yourself. Like setting up
Mhm.
a tool can be more frustrating. Like people go, oh, this tool's really great. And then you get in there and you're like, yeah. And then how do I use it?
Steep learning curves. Yeah.
Yeah, right. It's like when people say Travefy is amazing or Travel Joy or Test, they're all great tools in their own ways, but you can't, it's not as simple as just plugging it in and you're off to the races. It doesn't work like that. So the tool that I love is called Trello,
Mhm.
Trello. And I know a lot of you are fans of Trello. I think I can see on my screen that we've had over like 7,000 travel advisors sign up for Trello through us. Now, we don't receive
Nice.
any financial compensation, so I want to keep that super clear. We recommend Trello just because we love it. We don't get anything back for it. But we like it because it's basic. And sometimes the world just needs to be basic. It's basic in that the screen is very easy to read. It's basic that you can have it on your computer just from your browser, or you can install the app. It's basic that you can have it on your phone. You can have it on your tablet, and they all sync together. So if you did something on your computer, it automatically happens on your phone and your tablet. And what
Mhm.
Trello is, if you can imagine, it is a bunch of different boards. So, say, for example, I have one here. I have a whiteboard here. It'd be like having a whiteboard, and then this particular whiteboard might have a bunch of lists.
Mhm.
And you can decide what that whiteboard is for. So you might have a board that is strictly for, I don't know, content. You might have a podcast for your travel business. And this board might just be all to do with your podcast. And maybe you have all your ideas for episodes listed in one column. And then maybe in the next column, once you've recorded the episode, you might drag the idea across to recorded. And then once it's in editing, you might drag it across. So it's kind of like statuses that you could drag
Mhm.
it. Maybe you have a board that's for clients. So you have all the people that you're working on itineraries for in one list. And then maybe you drag it across once you've sent the itinerary and you're waiting to hear back from them. Maybe when you've collected the deposit, you drag it across and move it to the next one. Maybe you have a board for your website because you're working on content for your website. So it might be ideas for different pages. You could use it in so many different ways. I have it for restaurants I want to try in my personal life.
Oh,
It's a
wow.
list of restaurants. Like if I'm out and about and I saw this, most people are going to like roll their eyes, but it's California. Come on now. I saw a vegan Thai restaurant that I wanted to try. It was a gluten-free vegan Thai restaurant.
Naturally.
So California. And so I just jumped in, and it's a family board, and we have I don't have a whole board for restaurants, but I have a board for new it's the family board, and I have a
Mhm.
list for restaurants we want to try, and I just added it on there. And so anytime we're like, let's have dinner, we just jump in and we find a restaurant. Or maybe we have things that we want to watch on TV. I keep a list of all the new movies that people recommend on Netflix or Hulu or something like that. So that's why I love Trello. Now,
Mhm.
inside of Trello, I've come up with a really simple way to organize my time. And basically, it's one board and it has 3 lists, just 3. The first list is called a wish list. And on my wish list That's where everything goes, Stephanie. So say, for example,
Fun.
Stephanie says to me, Sandra, I went to a conference on the weekend and they were saying that the Celebrity Edge has got this restaurant and it's amazing. And they have this donut and you should look at it. And when you cruise on the Celebrity Edge, you should check out this cabin. Well, I say to Stephanie, I'm about to book a cruise and I want to go on the Celebrity Edge. I'm going to check it out. The old me would have gone www.celebritycruiselines.com. And then away I go on a distracted mission to burn the next 2 hours of time that I didn't budget for. The new me goes to my wish list and types in Celebrity Cruise Lines on a new little card in my wish list. And in the notes, check out this stateroom and the donut in the restaurant, Stephanie. Or I just make myself a note. If Stephanie maybe gave me a link, I'd put the link in and then I'd just move on. I'd move on with my day. Maybe I'm at a conference. When I'm at a conference, before you were telling me about the little, when you and I talk and you put little stars next to the things you want to action. When you and I talk, I have my Trello board open. And every time you say something that's genius, which is often,
No,
I
that's
put it
not
on my wish
true.
list. I put it on my wish list because then I don't end up with a notepad full of things that I personally never action. You probably action things. I know that I just end up with a notebook full of stuff. So anytime I have a meeting or a conversation or anything like that, everything goes into my wish list. So my wish list, as you can imagine, is so long. But I go to bed at night without a head full of stuff because everything gets dumped on a wish list. Yesterday, I saw a really cool intro video for a business. And I said to Anthony, I would love to have a video like that for my business. It went on the wish list and I can just move on with my day. The second list is called my week ahead. Every Friday, I sit down and I decide how many days I'm going to work next week. And that's based on if I'm traveling or I have something else on. So this week, for example, I'm working 4 days in the office because on the 5th day, I'm traveling out of the country. So 4 days means that I have 3 tasks that I can do on each day. So this morning, I had to send an email out to my list. I had to put up a job post because we're hiring, and I wanted to and had to sit down with you today to do this. So that's 3 things. Now, they were already listed in my week ahead because my week ahead was 12 tasks. 4 days of work multiplied by 3 tasks is 12. So I dragged from my wish list 12 things into my week ahead. Then my third column is today. So for my week ahead, I got to pull 3 things across. So it was interview with Stephanie for HAR week, job application for bloggers, and the email out to all of our members. So those are 3 things I have to do today. When I got up this morning, I got Houston off to school. They are the only 3 things that I am allowed to do. I did the first 2 things. This is the third thing. We started doing this at 12:30 p.m. The rest of my day, I can either pull things from the week ahead or I can take the day off. Now, if I'm on a momentum, some days you just really get into it. I can pull stuff from the week ahead, or I can say to myself, I feel really good. I'm going to go do something for myself.
Yeah.
But I have to tell you, I got really, really good at managing my time. And this is from coming from someone who had really bad time management. I used to think that I was really good at time management. And when I had that moment where I finally realized that I wasn't, I shed tears. I was so devastated. I came from the 90s era of job interviews where it was really cool to be able to multitask when it's not actually cool, where you would go into a job interview and say, oh, I can multitask, which actually means I can do 5 things really poorly at the same time. You can't actually do 5 things really well at the same time.
It's true.
So I love this Trello concept because, like I said, everything goes on a wish list. It means that when you're looking for the next thing to prioritize in your business, you can pull out those things and move them to your week ahead. But what I love about it is that it forces me to ask myself, is this what your business needs right now? Does your business require you to be looking at your Celebrity Edge cruise today? No, it actually requires me to be sending that email to my members. It requires me to be putting out the job application because it's really urgent, like last week urgent. And you and I had a commitment today. So it really requires me to show up for that. Now, this afternoon, that will be a great time for me to have a look at that Celebrity Edge cruise.
Mm-hmm.
also listen to that podcast recommendation. But it really is saving me in so many ways. Like I could be almost on tears to tell you that it's saving me from myself. So
Yeah.
that template, I'm really proud to say that we make available to travel advisors for free.
That's fantastic. And so Sandra and I chatted a little bit before this, and we definitely, anyone that's tuning in that's like, I want to try this out, see if this works for me. And we also use Trello
Yeah. Oh,
at
you
har.
do?
Yeah, well, I use it with the developers for the site. It's really common in like technology
Yeah.
for the agile type of philosophy, but I use it with the developers, and then we use kind of like a Trello like board for doing projects and for host week, and it's so helpful. So what we're going to do is, if you go ahead, if you're listening, write a review for a host agency, a franchise, or a consortia. It can be a new review or it can be an updated review. If you go to the site and then go to har.news with an S / Sandra, Sandra. Input your information, and then we'll go ahead and send out the Trello board to you. So, and if you're brand new and you aren't able to write a review because you don't belong to any host agencies or anything like that, just drop us a line at hello@hostagencyreviews, and we'll help you out. So
Yeah, and if you're worried, like if you're thinking, oh, I listened to what she said and it sounds really good, but I did not figure, I don't know how I'm going to do it. Don't worry, because in the template, we literally walk you through it step by step with a video, and it's set up with a dummy task list that you can delete and replace it with your tasks. And it literally says, start here, watch this video, and you just download the Trello app for free. I think you can have up to 10 boards for free, and then you download the template into yours. You don't have to set up the board. You don't have to create the wish list. We did it all for you. I just really want to, and you might find that this is the launch pad to you creating your own style. That would be great. If you found something better that works for yourself, or if that would be great. But if our goal is just to help you find something that works for you, because what you can't do is to keep doing the same thing over and over and not getting the results that you need.
Exactly. Well, Sandra, thank you for your expertise. Thank you, everyone, for joining us. Stick around, because in a few minutes, we'll be dropping into our Get to Know a Host segment where we do some interviews with hosts. So thank you again, everyone, and thank you, Sandra.
Bye.
Hello there, Stephanie back in the house. If you're just tuning in, Host Week is a celebration of hosted advisors and the industry that supports them. So welcome. Every day, we have had a stellar lineup of host agencies for this section, which is the Get to Know a Host segment. And here's what happens. HAR's very own April Oliveira asks every host the exact same questions and pulls out their deepest, darkest secrets. Or not. I'm not sure. But some of the questions are less traditional, and some are focused on highlighting important aspects of their program. So one of the coolest things about Host Week, and to be clear, there are a lot of cool things about Host Week if you're just tuning in. But one of the coolest things is that host agencies and other industry partners are offering specials that are exclusive to attendees of Host Week. So we're going to put a link in the comments. That's where you can see the complete list of specials. Go ahead and follow that when you have some time. So one thing I want to mention too is, virtual events. We're all kind of sick of them, even though we're doing a virtual event, but I'm really excited to be here with you. I know the HAR team in the comments and all the host reps are really excited to be here as well. So make sure to talk in the comments, because that's what makes this fun. So it's going to make it a lot more entertaining for everybody else if we have some conversations going and people are asking questions. So let's have a blast of a time. Don't be afraid to chime in and say hi. So let's make this fun. The other thing I want to mention is, if you're listening to this and you're looking for a host and you're feeling really overwhelmed, you are not alone. So drop a line in the comments. Just say that if you want, and you'll be surprised how many people are out there to help you out, including the whole team at HAR. Advisors that are with different host agencies are happy to share their experiences, things they wish they'd learned. So don't be afraid to use these comments to gain some knowledge. Now, let's go over today's star-studded cast, because we're going to start off, and we have Ilya Chapman, who is with the Florida-based Host Travel Resources Group. And next up is Melissa Land, the marketing coordinator at Dugan's Travels, which is a travel leaders network agency. And there, we're going to move over to Chad Burt, the co-owner of Outside Agents out of Florida. And then we're going to pass the baton over to Gloria Bolia, the director of membership acquisitions. And she's going to tell us about Liberty Travel's host agency division, Independent by Liberty. And then we'll wrap up this segment with Shannon Cunningham, the membership and engagement specialist over at Gifted Travel Network, which is a member of Virtuoso. So I am ready to get this party started. Are you? April, it is with great enthusiasm that I pass it over to you.
Hey everyone, welcome back for Host Week. I'm sitting down with Ilya Chapman from Travel Resources Group. Hello, how are you today?
I'm good. Happy New Year, everybody.
I know, Happy New Year. So we have some exciting stuff going on. It's Host Week. I have lots of questions for you, a fun question, and then we'll jump into your Host Week special. So you ready?
Let's do it.
Great. So first off, we'd love to hear what Travel Resources Group has been up to this past year.
Okay, well, Travel Resources Group is a young host agency. So for us, the whole year has been new. And I was looking back. Last year, I joined the Host Week as a, like joining it to see it. And I actually had the pleasure of having your fearless leader, Steph, as my mentor for a little bit as well. So I learned a lot from Host Agency Review. So thank you for that. And so our agency has been building the foundation. We're small, but we have been really growing slowly but steady. And like I said, we although the agency has been since 2006, we really started during the pandemic to build a foundation stronger for agents to join us. So everything has been new. I've been learning a lot, and we're moving forward, and it's super exciting, and we can't wait for 2022. We're very optimistic.
So exciting. What a great way to spend all this pandemic time, just growing and building and making Travel Resources Group amazing. So that's so exciting to hear, and looking forward to the year with you. So I'd love to hear what makes you unique.
Well, we're unique, I think, because we are the new kid on the block. So we're small. So we're definitely established because, like I said, the agency is since 2006 already here in the Florida Keys. But because we are small, we're very open-minded. We're not set in our ways, and it's very personal. So the agents joining us, it's really about them. And we say, where do you want to go with your business? And we meet them exactly where they are. Unique is also, we don't necessarily have all the academies or universities like other host agencies have, but it's a very one-to-one mentoring system that we have. We would meet with our agents on a one-to-one. We have a weekly Q&A. We also have monthly coffee connects for any kinds of agents to join us. So it's very personal, and because we are small and a new kid on the block, I think we have great opportunities, and we're open for anything we can do to grow and to really help our agents move forward. We're just their beacon, and they can grow their business how they like to grow it. So I think that's definitely a unique, with us. So yeah.
I love hearing that. I love to hear the one-on-one, and it's really about the agent and growing them. So that's so exciting to hear, and really refreshing that you have that opportunity and time to be able to do that per agent. So that's so great to hear.
Yeah, and it's fun too. So
yeah, no, that's awesome. Well, sticking with the agent topic, I'd love to hear 3 words you would use for your ideal travel advisor.
Ooh, our ideal travel advisor. Well, I think every travel advisor really should be curious. You should be curious about the world, be curious how you can do things different. What is your workflow? How can you improve it? So curiosity is definitely one of the assets I think an agent should bring to the table when they have their own business. The next one is big and near to my heart is I hope you're a visionary. Because, like Walt Disney would say, is that all your dreams can come true if you have the courage to pursue them. But really in that quote, it's the dream where it starts. So if you're visionary and you know where you want to go, and you can be, for us, our agents can have a vision of growing fast, growing slow. They just want to sell to family and friends. It doesn't matter. But as long as you have that vision and you keep that in front of you, then you will get there. So I really hope that our agents have a vision for their business and their personal life and find a good balance as well. And then be intentional. You know, once you have the vision, follow the path and take the steps to get there, you know, step by step, be intentional. Don't, you know, there's so much information out there. Don't jump from A to B and back to Z and then up and down and everywhere. Be intentional where you want to go and take those steps. And I think if the agents coming to us have those 3 ingredients, I think we're golden.
Yeah, sounds like a plan for success. But I love the visionary and the intentional after that, because it's one thing to have a vision of what you want, but then to be intentional to go pursue it. I think those were a couple great words that you used there. I love that.
Thank you.
So it's 2022. So we'd love to hear what Travel Resources Group is going to be up to in 2022.
Well, we're still growing, and the foundation has been set. And like I said, we're still learning. But for us, 2022 is all about community support and relationship. We really feel that, especially during this time, you know, slowly coming out of the pandemic, that the community is very important, and that's what we focus on, and supporting our agents where we can. We're preparing to help the agents with their goals, their visions, however they want to run their business for 2022, and help them see different ways and help them stay on the right path. I think that's important too. So yeah, those 3 things, community, support, and relationship, that's definitely, those are the keywords for 2022 for Travel Resources Group.
Another great 3 words. I love that. And especially the community part. I just think it's so important to have that, especially in this business. So that's great.
Yeah.
So I'd love to hear one tip you would give a new travel advisor.
So looking back as when I started my travel business, officially I started in 2014. And when you look back, you think like there was so much I wish I would have known, I would have asked. And, you know, we felt being a home-based agent, you have to figure it all out yourself, and your best friend might be Google. But I would say, you know, take advantage of the community. Don't think you have to invent the wheel. There's so much information out there, but don't get overwhelmed either. Really find somebody, either a host agency who can help you, or a mentor, you know, like our system, where you can really take those steps without getting overwhelmed, and ask the questions, learn. So there's podcasts out there, there's so much training out there, but do it step by step, and don't be afraid to ask the questions. We're here to help. We've all been there. And you know, we're I would say every agent you speak to, we want other agents to be successful as well. So don't be shy, would be my suggestion if you're starting new off in the industry.
You know what I love? I think you hit the nail on the head there when you said, you know, there's Google, but talking to someone. I mean, it's so true. Our first instinct nowadays is just ask Google, but you have such a great resource of, like you said, one-on-one mentoring, and it sounds like people are there and available. So I think that was great advice, and it really sounds like you can back up that advice as well. So that's wonderful.
Thank you.
Yeah. So it's Host Week, and we like to ask fun questions. So we'd love to know, if Travel Resources Group had a themed party, what would that theme be and why?
Well, I think it's a great question, and I wish we could have a party soon, and we're definitely thinking about it now. It's a party I actually did for clients a few years ago, and it might not be in the industry very original, but the theme would definitely be around the world. And for me, being Dutch, born and raised in the Netherlands, it would be a great opportunity to put on my wooden shoes and come to the party. And I hope that the agents who come from all walks of life can display the country that they like best, maybe destination they're really familiar with, or maybe where they're born and raised. So, you know, you can play a lot with it with around the world. You can bring different foods, of course, from the different regions. And learn from each other. Like, hey, why did you pick, Italy? Or, for me, of course, I would come in my wooden shoes. That's always a piece of conversation. And, it's a great party. You can have different drinks, different cocktails. My favorite drink would be a bubbly to bring around. And, share the countries that we work, that we're selling with each other. So, yeah, it's going to be a great party. I hope to see you there, April.
I am there, and I'm already trying to brainstorm what I would do and what country I would represent. But it's funny, I've done a lot of these interviews, and nobody has said like around the world, like a travel party. So I love that idea, and I would love to see you in your wooden shoes. And I just kind of imagine everybody just representing something different. So what a great party to bring everybody together. And it just seems like it would inspire some talk and inspiration from everyone. So I love to hear that.
Yeah.
So again, it's Host Week, and at Host Week, we like to offer specials. So I hear Travel Resources Group has a special.
Yes, we do. I think everybody is still financially hurting. So obviously, we have an overhead and we do have a startup fee, but we would waive that until, the end of the first quarter. And then we have a monthly fee, which is just to pay for the reservation system that we have. So we would waive that as well for the first quarter. So, that's, I think, a good value. But more important, I would say as well, I'm happy to talk to any agent interested in understanding what step is good for them to take next. So that's something as well I would offer. I do Coffee Connects. I would say join me there. It's on the first and the third Thursday of the month. And anybody is welcome, any agent, even if you're with another host agency. If you just want to start a conversation, I would offer that, and I would offer my personal time as well to help agents, because that's where I get energy from as well. When I'm able to help other agents, I tell you, that's, for me, it energizes me as well. So I really hope that people will take opportunity from that, and hope to talk to them. So yeah, those are my specials for this week, and thank you for allowing us to make those specials as well on your website. We appreciate that.
No, absolutely. I love those specials. Those are great. And I mean, I hope people take you up on being able to chat with you, because I have had a wonderful time chatting with you. And I'm so excited you could be here for Host Week. We will put in the comments the link to the special so people can go check it out. Ilya, thank you so much for being here. Truly appreciate your time, and look forward to chatting soon.
Thank you, April. Happy Host Week.
Thank you. Bye, everyone.
Thank you so much, Ilya. That is an amazingly generous deal for Host Week attendees. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Well, let's just jump right into our next host, which is Dugan's Travels. So it looks like April is all set to go with Melissa. So I'm going to switch us over to the studio.
Hey everyone, April from Host Agency Reviews, back with Melissa Land from Dugan's Travels. Hey Melissa, how are you?
Hi, very well, and yourself?
I'm doing good. We're just puttering through this Host Week, which we're super excited to have you on and learn about Dugan's Travels.
Oh, we are super excited to be included as part of Host Week. Thank you so much for including us and allowing us to share about our host agency.
Awesome. Well, on that note, let's jump right into the questions. So I'd love to hear what Dugan's Travels has been up to this past year.
So like so many of our colleagues, we are in rebuilding mode after 2020. We've been putting our nose to the grindstone and working on rolling out some new technology for our agents. We've got a new agent-centric website that ties in really all of the different elements of our services in one easy peasy place. And we're also trudging forward with our live events. We've been doing since late 2020, some of our conferences and fam trips, getting agents back on the road to see places. We've got more of that in store for 2022.
That's exciting. I love to hear all that. I love hearing that travel's coming back. I love it. I feel like this is like the year of hope. So it's exciting to hear, but we'll chat more about 2022 in a minute. I would like to hear how Dugan's Travels is unique.
So we're a smaller agency. Host agency. We're very close knit. As our tagline says, we're a family of agents. It sounds a little hokey, but it is totally true. We like to get to know each of the advisors that are affiliated with us. Everybody's got different goals. Success looks different to each advisor. Our job is to be the advisor's foundation, your back office, your back pocket resources, and to help power you to your success. Again, that looks different for each advisor. And so being able to get to know each person that affiliates with our host agency and to understand what their goals and motivations are helps us to better help them to work toward their success, achieve their successes.
I love that. I love that you refer to yourself as the foundation, because I mean, that's just amazing that you're there, and it just shows the support you're willing to give, and it's all about the advisors.
Absolutely. We have a set of core values that really powers our all of our decisions as a company. And our first core value is family first, but because that really directs everything that we are doing. But we also have as our next core value that you are in business for yourself, but never by yourself. We never want our advisors to feel like they're out there on a sea of navigating these waters alone. We are truly there to help them to move through that. Again, always with their goals in mind, helping them to achieve their unique goals.
Oh, I love that. So let's talk about travel advisors. I would love to hear kind of 3 keywords that you would use to describe your ideal travel advisor.
So our ideal travel advisor is curious, motivated, and focused. Advisors come in all shapes and stripes. Some come to us looking to work their business part-time, or maybe it's a hobby. There are others that are really focused on making this a full-time career. Those needs are different for each of those types of advisors, but all of those individuals are curious about the world. They're motivated to start this business venture and to make it sustainable. And they're focused. You have to be focused to achieve your goals. Our job is, as we see it, is to help tie in all of the options and resources and tools to help each individual advisor build their toolbox to help power their individual agency forward.
And I like how you hit on how everybody is individual, and it's not like one size fits all. Everybody's coming into this business different points in their lives, wanting different things. So I love that you hit upon that. I think that's a great thing to always keep in mind as a host agency.
Absolutely. I know I talk a lot about success, but again, what that success is really looks different for each person. In the same way as planning a vacation is going to be different for each individual that you're working with. You know, when someone comes to you and says, hey, I want to go to Mexico. Well, what they're looking to do in Mexico may dictate where you recommend they travel to. Why they're going is going to play into where you may suggest they stay. It's a very individual situation. We're striving to be very personalized as advisors. As your host agency, we also strive to be very personalized in helping you to help your customer.
I love that. So I told you we'd get to 2022. So I want to hear all the great things that Dugan's Travels has in store for 2022.
Well, oh my goodness, strap in because it's a little bit of a list, but we've got some really exciting things planned. First and foremost, as I mentioned before, we have a new agent-centric website, a redesign really, tying in all of the various touch points within our agency. from our marketing information to our supplier database. We have a new accounting system. We also have our private Facebook groups. All of these things are accessible from our new agent-centric, agent-only website. Then also we have our MyDU Online, which is our online learning portal. As suppliers are rolling out new specialization courses, we in-house are generating content, business building resources, advice, information, things that we're profiling. That's all available. Any webinars that we're doing, all of that is available and archived on MyDU Online. For those that are ready to branch out and see us live and direct, we have Dugan's University, DU. That includes our conferences as well as fam trips and boot camps. We've got some fun things lined up for 2022. We also are starting back with our supplier webinar series. We invite our supplier partners to come and present live over Zoom, but in real time with our travel advisors. And it's not a public webinar. It's just for our agents to connect with our representatives from industry, ask questions, again, in a more localized environment. We also have our mentorship program that we've been doing all this time, but we're starting to add more content to that. Our mentorship program is comprised of one-to-one support as well as online content. So all of those things, all those moving parts, we're pulling together for what we feel is going to be a very successful 2022.
Oh my gosh, you have so much going on. I love to hear it. It's going to be so exciting, Dugan's travels in 2022.
It's very exciting to put together. We love our agents. We love hearing what their needs are, what they're looking for, and working behind the scenes to provide that to them. Knowledge and expertise is the name of the game. And so we work really hard to keep our advisors informed and helping them to be that resident expert within their network.
Oh, I love it. So exciting. So let's talk about the new advisor. I'd love to hear one tip that you would give a new travel advisor.
So I actually have two.
That's okay.
One is to specialize. Again, customers are coming to you for your knowledge and expertise, and it's really hard to be everything to everyone. But it's much easier to dig deep and learn as much as possible about a given supplier or a destination. That's really going to help you to be the best advocate for your customer. If you don't understand what the policies and terms and conditions, which have totally changed for all suppliers throughout the industry at this point and destinations, if you don't understand that, how can you accurately communicate that to your client? And if your client doesn't understand that, that could be the difference between them being able to board that flight or visit that destination or not. And so specialization, not to say that you can't do this work and execute this craft, because it really is a craft, without that, but it makes it, you're reinventing the wheel every time. And again, it's just very difficult to be everything to everyone. So specialization really helps you to hyper focus your training that you take with suppliers, your short list of suppliers that you work with, your marketing initiatives. You know, who are you? What message are you bringing to the marketplace? When you specialize, you're speaking to those people that are actively looking for you. My second one is that I encourage our agency overall allows, again, for flexibility. This is your business to run it how you want. But I encourage every agent to think about a fee structure, and to start, as you're developing your expertise, that knowledge, that time, that money that you invest, a lot of training, there is no cost, but you are paying in time. All of that investment, you want to be able to have a return on that. And so thinking about what is your time worth and building a fee structure around that, particularly in a time where even a simple change may lead to a multi-hour conversation or hold times with suppliers. Maybe you need to charge for those changes. Of course, again, this is your business. You have to feel comfortable with the dollar amount that you put, how you value your time. And so we have no restrictions or requirements for advisors to charge a fee, but that knowledge and that expertise is worth something. And so putting a fee structure in place even before you get started is really going to help you to realize a return on this investment. But it also, professionals charge for their fees. It helps you to position yourself to customers as a professional. And it makes sure that you're accurately compensated for the time that you're spending working on the customer's behalf.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I couldn't agree more about the fees. And if you start it right off the bat, then you never have to say, you know what, I should have done it. Now I have to go back.
Exactly.
So I think that's great advice. So we have a fun question, and I can't wait to hear the answer because I love this question. If your host agency, Dugan's Travels, had a themed party, what would that theme be and why?
Oh, our themes are always built around a family reunion. Our agency community is spread out all across the United States. A lot of the work that we do and the connections that we make with one another are online, but nothing can replace in-person interaction and engagement. And so when we do come together at our conferences, our fam trips, it really is a reunion of our family of agents. And so that's always the prevailing theme with any party that we host, is coming back together. Also interesting to note is, although our headquarters now are in Washington State, our management team is all spread out across the country too. So a lot of our interactions and engagements are online as well. So when we're coming together, it's not just, in some cases, of course, we get together for staff meetings every so often, but when we're coming together for our events with advisors, it really is a reunion of our team as well. And so family reunion is always the theme of our parties.
I do want to say thanks, because now I'm going to have "We Are Family" stuck in my head all day long. Because as soon as you said family reunion, the song just started playing in my head. So yes, thank you for the rest of the day. I'm going to have that song in my head. And I hope everybody watching has that song in their head now.
It's a great song.
It is a really good song, though, I will say. I might have to ask Alexa to play that once we end this interview. But on that note, we also have, I hear you have a Host Week special, so I'd love to hear more about that.
We do. We're offering $50 off of our sign-up fee, which is actually your fee for your first year of affiliation with us. Normally, our sign-up fee is $350, but with the host fee discount of $50, it would be $300. And that covers everything for your first year of affiliation. That's your new agent orientation program, your errors and omissions insurance, as well as your support fee.
That's amazing. I love that. And what we'll do is we'll actually put a link in the comments to go to that special. So people click on over. Thank you so much, Melissa, for being here with me and chatting about Dugan's Travels. It was so good chatting with you. Thank you.
Oh, likewise. And thank you, April. It's always wonderful to work with your team.
Thank you.
And with the agency community overall. We really appreciate you inviting us to participate. And we look forward to chatting with your agents throughout 2022.
Sounds great. Bye, everyone, and continue watching Host Week. I'll be back.
Have a good one.
Bye.
Wonderful, 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 Melissa. I love the flower in your hair. I'm a big fan of wearing flowers in my hair too. And I think I actually have that same flower. So I might run between breaks and go get it so we can match. All right. So who do we have up next? We have Chad Burt, the co-owner of Outside Agents. So April, let's hear what Chad has to say.
Hello, everyone. April from Host Agency Reviews here. I am sitting down with Chad Burt from Outside Agents. Hey, Chad.
Hey, how you doing, April?
Good. Yourself?
I can't complain. Nobody listens. You're used to hearing that.
I love that. I'm going to definitely use that one. So it's Host Week and we're celebrating our travel advisors that are out there. So I'd love to jump right in with some great questions, some fun questions, and then talking about your special.
Okay.
Awesome. So first question, what's going on with Outside Agents? What have you been up to the last year?
Well, like I've been telling people, I've been sleeping like a baby, waking up every 2 hours crying, right? No. Last year was really anomalous. It was mind-blowing. The beginning of the year, it started off great, and then we had that little hiccup. At the end of the day, at the end of the year, last year was the best year in the history of our company, in the 30-year history of our company.
Wow.
That's mainly because we're awesome. No, just kidding. I think that success reflects, revenge buying, pent up demand. I'm going to use a phrase you're used to, but people are pissed off, April. They got their vacations stolen from them. Man, that's like stealing a car or a child. It's really important to people, right? So what we're finding is transaction values are up 27 to 38%. We sold, I think, 3 or 4 times the number of world cruises we've ever sold in the history of the company.
Wow.
We had 4 or 6 times the number of agents sell $1 million or more last year. How is that possible? They're getting people what they want. Yes, there's some people that aren't going to travel right now. Yes, I get that. Okay. And then there's lots of us that are chomping at the bit. Look at 60 or 70% occupancy. I was just talking to the Wall Street Journal yesterday. At 60 to 70% occupancy, experienced travelers want to travel right now. I was laughing with our rep from Disney. I'd pay double to go to Disney at half capacity all day long. So a lot of good stuff happening there. We also deployed, April, every time there's a crisis, be it the Great Recession or whatever, right afterwards, the bad guys come out, right? They're right there as the crisis is happening. They got the snake oil that's going to save you. And then they figure out they can't do what they were doing before. So now they're going to sell you snake oil, right? And now they're going to steal from you. So we deployed the industry's first and only fraud protection program.
Wow.
Wherein, if you follow our rules, you follow my processes I've developed over 20 years, you're going to win that dispute probably 98% of the time. If you don't, we'll back you up with up to $500, and then I'll go chew on the vendors. So it's a first of its kind in the industry. We also deployed our Spectrum of Special Needs program, for which we earned a Magellan Award right out of the gates. April, what's cool about this is the nature we're approaching servicing people with special needs. We're teaching agents how to communicate effectively, how to shape their language, their demeanor, their intonations in a manner that best addresses the psychological needs of their client, truly understanding their clients. So towards that end, we started a pro series. It's a training series. Its theme is Cool People, Dirty Boots. What does that mean? These are my peers, my colleagues, the people I look up to who have been out there in the field, done that, got the t-shirt, got their shoes dirty. They know what they're doing. And we're bringing in practical information and mindset, thought processes to help our agents navigate this very fluid travel environment right now. So we've been doing a lot of listening. We've been doing a lot of building, and we've been doing a lot of educating to get people ready for this next phase of what is now normal.
Yeah, I love that. I mean, first, there's so much stuff there that I love. I love the phrase revenge buying. What a great phrase and great way to put it. I love the fraud protection. I mean, that's amazing. That is definitely something new that I haven't heard of, for host agencies to step up and do. And I love the teaching your advisors how to speak to different people in different ways and really, helping people out as far as getting out there and traveling. So those were some great things. What a great, amazing year you've had, and really using this time to good use. So, I mean, there's lots of host agencies out there. So I'd love to hear what makes outside agents unique.
Well, first of all, we're really good at what we do. Ask anybody, we're the number one or number two in the business. Okay.
Mhm.
So we're starting to get the hang of it. I think one of the tenets of our success has been that Steve and I aren't executive types. If there's something to be done, hand me a shovel, hand me a hammer. I'm happy to sit there, direct, and read blueprints. But if we got to paint a wall, get me a paintbrush. We're here to
Mhm.
work. Everybody says they're their agents' partners. We mean it. My extension's 210. Steve's is 312. We're here to work with our agents. Now, the cool thing about this, April, is as you could imagine, if we were doing a bad job, I'd be going like this every 10 seconds in this
Yeah.
interview, having to take a call, right? In addition to that, there are no cookie cutter solutions in business. If somebody's going to give you a 10-step plan to be a millionaire travel agent, don't pay them money. They're lying to you. That one plan does not exist. Okay.
Yeah.
We want to work with you as individuals. Okay. In that family sort of way. In other words, yeah, I'll tell you those shoes look bad on you. I'll tell you exactly what's going on. And we'll work through things to find actionable items that's going to work for you. Not for most people, but for you. Okay. The other things that kind of sets us apart is this: we're eager to take risks. Ooh, that sounds bad, right? They're eager to fail. No, calculated risks. The nature of business, the fundamental aspect of entrepreneurialism, is the notion of taking calculated risks. A lot of organizations, especially those of our size, are married to best practices, right? Best practices. Those must be the best thing to do. Well, those best practices were written 3 years ago. They need to be evolved. They need to be changed. And so from that perspective, I'd like to emphasize with agents that we want to get outside the box. We understand the box. Here's the box. Go use the box. Now let's talk about this stuff out here. And we find that by expanding that cognitive domain, that mental mindset, the agents begin to find iterative solutions beyond those which we're able to glean together. So we really pride ourselves on dealing with people. You know what I mean? Individually.
The business. Yeah.
Yeah, one at a time. What I find is if I invest heavy up front, y'all get it. And in a few months, you just call me once in a while with a very detailed question. So we invest heavy up front.
That's a great way of putting that. I mean, on that note, let's talk about travel advisors, right? So I'd love to hear your kind of 3 ideal words to describe the best fit travel advisor for outside agents.
You can edit this, right, after we shoot this. Okay, because I'm going to tell you what the 3 words are, and it's going to sound awkward. Big boy panties. It's time to be business people. Okay, number 1, you have to be. I know travel's cool. It's got glitz and glamour and all that kind of stuff. My mom became a travel agent back in the 80s because, man, the Love Boat, that was the thing, right? And my dad was a cop. So if we were going to go on vacation, we needed a second income. Poof, there we were. Things have changed. Things have changed dramatically. So when I'm looking for an agent, I'm looking for a mindset. Okay, somebody who's open, somebody who wants to take risks. I'm going to boil it down to 3 really important words. Tenacity. Okay, get popped in the mouth, wipe the blood from your lips, and go back in there and box some more. Tenacity. You will get your butt whooped occasionally. That's how it goes. Each time that you fall short of your goals, you got to stand back up and do it again. So tenacity is important. A methodic approach to thing is equally important. April, I'm going to tell you something. The answer to a question is important. The process by which you derive that answer is far more important. Remember in high school, your teacher, you got the right answer on that algebra test, but you didn't do the work right. And remember how mad you were? Remember how mad you were? Okay. So I'm 52 now, and about the day before yesterday, I figured out that Mr. Depew was right. Okay, for funking me
Shout
on
out to
that
Mr.
text.
Depew.
Okay, shout out to Mr. Depew. So process, man, process counts. That methodic approach to things is important. Now I'm going to juxtapose tenacity and a
Mhm.
methodic approach against creativity. I know being methodic and creative seems uh, impossible, right? Oxymoronic. But at the end of the day, have you heard of a creative process? You know, Picasso had one, Rembrandt had one, everybody had a
Mhm.
creative process. So creativity is important to us. Somebody who's willing to come on in and say, hey, I think standing at the end of my street in a monkey suit, spinning a sign that says cruises is going to make me a lot of money. Okay, let's talk that all the way through. You're not wrong. Let's examine where that creative idea came from, the method that derives it, and how tenacious you're going to be in implementing that monkey suit solution. So tenacity, methodic approach, and creativity are the three most important things to us.
I love that. Those are some great ones. And I just love the way you explain it. You have your own great way of putting it out there. I love it. So, hey, happy 2022. So
Yeah.
let's talk about, the future. What's going on with outside agents in 2022?
So we're doubling down on this notion of cognitive development, man. Ooh, big words, right? So cognition, how you think, right? Development. We're going to try to evolve that. So a lot of our training this year will be what I call meat and potato training. You know, click this, do that, this occurs. Our pro series, though, is going to be focusing in on the application of theory. So we're going to teach you the theories, the stuff that you would have been taught in your MBA classes. Okay, we're going to boil all that down into very short little pieces for you. Okay, then we're going to go apply them. The idea is this, that as we get that mindset right, you're going to be able to start going and doing things and coming up with answers beyond those which we would be able to provide to you, right? Method, creativity, tenacity will derive results every single time. Another thing that we're working on right now is intelligent marketing. So we already have the industry's best, I think, automated marketing system out there where your leads, everything automatically gets messaged for you. It's really great. Now we're going to get a little bit smarter about that. So we're going to help you track intent, time on page, and all that, those basic metrics, and then understand them. Okay. I want to give you a quick example of something. I watched a guru out there do some training the other day talking about the ideal client avatar. 20 years ago, we called that a target demographic. Well, the word target is kind of politically incorrect nowadays. So we evolved that. Great. But why do you need a client avatar? So you can learn how to talk to the people you're talking with. So we're going to try to bring full circle education to things. And then April, this is critical. And I'm giving away a trade secret here. Okay. All of my competitors and trainers out there in the industry want to teach you 7 steps to success, 5 steps to success, 9. You ever notice it's always an odd number? There's a reason for that. But anyway, they got these steps. I have no steps. I have a cycle. It does not end. There's a beginning, a middle, and an again. The again is the most important part. So we're going to be teaching full cycle marketing, remarketing, data-driven marketing, and giving you the tools necessary to really implement those. And what are those tools? We're going to be bringing in methods by which you can better manage, and customize your workflow. Folks, I don't care if you're at the beginning of your career, the end of your career. Your workflow, your efficiencies, your processes are going to define your success. So we're going to be focusing in a lot on that. And then finally, one of our big things is that we're bringing in peer-to-peer mentoring. So we already have clubs and groups and all that kind of stuff, but we're going to start designating some of our little rock stars to just go in there and tell them what they really think without our participation. Have you ever heard of the white coat effect in psychology? It's you talk to a doctor different than you would somebody else, right? So sometimes they talk to me and Steve a little bit different than they would their peers. So we want to make sure that full spectrum of conversations occurring. So we're really excited about the peer-to-peer training as well.
That's great. I love I love the peer-to-peer training. I think it's so important to be able to connect with somebody that's on your level. And if they've already gone through it and learn kind of from other people, that's an amazing thing to be able to have. And I love the fact that you called it a cycle and that there is no end. It's going to continue. Again, great ways to put stuff. And I love your 2022 outlook and everything that you have going on.
Thanks.
So I'm sure there's lots of new agents watching for our host week. So if you had a tip for them, what would that be when entering this industry?
Entering this industry?
Or just, I mean, they're new. So what would your tip be for them?
Okay. This is a legitimate business. Your first year is going to be tough. If you don't cry once or twice during that first year, you're probably doing something wrong. It's hard. It really is. Get ready for that. So in our society, we like instant gratification, right? The travel industry doesn't give you that. It just doesn't. It gives you lots of stuff, not instant gratification. So tenacity is important here. Okay, you got to come in here with a realistic mindset. Okay, you need to come in here with a couple bucks in your pocket. If you're going to try to work build a new business off your lunch money, give me a call. There's some stuff I need to bring you up to speed on. Okay. 3, positivity counts. You're going to encounter as a new agent some negativity. Why are you selling cruises? Why are you doing this? Why are you putting people at risk? Move along with that stuff. Okay. Let's focus in on the reality of the situation and being a professional and communicating stuff in an effective way. So a third thing that we need to see in new agents is a commitment to professional development. April, my mom was an agent for 33 years. I swear to you. You remember me showing you the vodka bottle last year, right? Okay.
Do you still have it? That's the question.
I do. It's right there.
Okay, good.
Okay.
That's how I know the world hasn't ended. So.
Yeah, because I'm going to break that thing open. Okay, so 33 years. She used to sit next to me. In her last week, before she retired, I looked over at her. She was doing a sandals training. I said, Mom, what are you doing? And she smiled very coyly and she said, force a habit. Be ready to be educated. Be ready to be educated. That's going to be imperative. And then finally, folks, if I can tell you one thing that's cliche, but I want you to hear what I mean. And that is that the only constant in business is change. The only thing that's more constant is change in a post-crisis environment. So accept change, accept fluidity, plan for fluidity. Don't look for straight lines. Be ready to zig and zag. Now, that does not mean you need to run around like a chicken with your head cut off. Okay? It just means that you need to be willing to flex and bend. I'm going to draw a little kung fu reference, right? Or judo or whatever. Better to be the wind, the reed in the wind and flex than to be that great oak. You know what I mean? You have to be able to kind of move with the punches and still keep your eye on the end goal. So in summary, pain, tenacity, it will get better. Don't look for predictability and anticipate fluidity. I know you asked for 3, but I had to go with 5. Sorry.
That's okay. We don't mind. We don't mind. For you, Chad, it's all right. I mean, this interview's been fun, but I do have another fun question. We're going to put all that business stuff aside and let's have some fun. But let's go with, if your host agency had a theme party, what would that theme be and why?
I thought about that. It depends on what day you want to name the party, before or after. Because if it was after, the theme would be, I did what last night? No. It would be something for me, I think a silent disco. Because we're all dancing. We're all having a good time. We're all together. We're all dancing to the sound of our own drum. Now, occasionally we're going to bump into somebody who might be listening to the same song. We're going to hang out and we're going to dance the same thing together, right? But to me, it's about being present. It's about expecting the unexpected. It's about maybe getting out of your comfort zone. And it's about having a good time doing it. So for me, the silent disco. For Steve, he came back with the Hawaiian luau because we're all smiling, we're all hungry, and we're all there to have a good time. in Hawaii. So
I like that.
I like them both.
Two of my favorite things, dancing and eating. So
There you go.
have it
Hey, I'm
there.
a foodie
In
all day
Hawaii,
long.
right?
Yeah.
No, great ones. So you have a host week special, so we love to hear about it. We'll be putting the link to the host week specials in the comments, but let's hear about your host week special.
Okay, guys. Let me do this. So I'm in a business a little while, about 25 years, got my MBA. I'm starting to figure some stuff out, right? Everybody offers you a 1-hour consultation with their CEO, so the CEO can talk you into joining them. I'm not doing that. What I'd like to do is spend an hour with you, not sell you my program. I'd like to talk to you about your business model and see if maybe there's some things that we can infer that we can learn together, and maybe some things I might be able to suggest you might help out your business model. But at no point am I going to try to sell you outsideagents.com. That's not the point. What I want to do is talk to you business person, get to know you a little bit, and share with you some of the things that we've learned over the past few decades. So
That's amazing. That's priceless, really. To be able to have a one-on-one with someone, that's amazing.
Priceless, worthless, depends on the day of the week. But no, I really genuinely, sincerely, from my heart, want to sit down and work with you, with somebody who has that entrepreneurial spirit, a little bit of tenacity, and wants to explore what they're doing.
That's great. Well, that's amazing. And again, we'll put that link in here so people can go check it out and sign up. And I think that, again, it's priceless. What a great opportunity for advisors to be able to talk to someone that's been in the industry and knows the ins and outs and can really have that one-on-one conversation.
And April, if I could just real quick toss in a shameless plug. That fraud prevention program, I'm going to be taking it on a roadshow for the public. Okay. But it's available to all our agents. Been doing this a long time. I've gotten a couple lifetime achievement awards I'm pretty proud of. Of all the things I've ever built, that fraud prevention program is the most important thing I've done. So if you guys get a chance to take a look at it, please do it. It's really important.
Wonderful.
Shameless plug. Okay.
That's okay. Chad, I appreciate your time. I always love chatting with you. It's so much fun. So just think, people could have this much fun, but for an hour with you. So thank you for being here.
Stand-up, interpretive dance, haiku, whatever you need. Okay, April, thank you so much.
Thank you. Have a great one, Chad.
You too.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. I warned you that this might happen, and here it is. This is Orion. He is going to be my co-host for this segment, I guess. So while Chad was talking, I went down and got my flower to go ahead and match Melissa's. And then I also picked up Orion along the way. So Chad, thank you so much for that offer. I love your energy. And I also love the way you can pull those anecdotes out of your pocket left and right without skipping a beat. It's very Ted Lasso-esque, in my opinion. So let's see. Next up, we have Gloria Bolia, who will be telling us a little bit more about Independent by Liberty Travel. And if you're familiar with Liberty Travel and Flight Center, they belong to Flight Center Group as their parent organization. But Liberty Travel, Independent by Liberty Travel, is their host agency division for US-based agents. And if you're a Canadian person listening in, join us tomorrow, and that's where we're going to be interviewing Independent by Liberty Travel's sister brand, their Canadian counterpart, Independent by Flight Center. Let's move it over to April. April, the mic is yours.
Hello, everyone. Back again for Host Week. I am sitting down with Gloria Bolia from Independent by Liberty Travel. Hi, Gloria. How are you today?
Hi, how are you? Good.
I'm doing well. Great. So we have lots of questions. We have a fun question. We want to talk about your Host Week special. So let's jump right into it.
Perfect. Sounds good.
I'd love to hear what's been happening this past year with Independent by Liberty Travel.
So a lot has been happening with Independent by Liberty Travel. We have increased our support staff. So we have made the investment despite the sales being there so that our independent consultants have access to our support staff whenever they need it. So we have increased the numbers there. We've also expanded our education program. So we hired an education director, and there is multiple sessions implemented right now, everything from new to industry to experienced consultants, sales, marketing, running a small business. So that's exciting. We've also expanded our agency programs. So we have somebody dedicated to help small agencies who want to join Independent by Liberty Travel, as well as the independent consultants who want to grow their business. And lastly, we made an investment to our travel resource hub. And this is a platform where our independent consultants can see all of the COVID information, updates, protocols. It's updated constantly. So it's one place where they can find all the destinations globally and what the restrictions and protocols are.
Wow. I mean, that's amazing in itself.
Yeah.
And I'm sure very busy. But it sounds like this last year, you really spent the time and investment into your agent. So that's amazing. I love to hear that.
Yeah.
So this kind of like transitions right into my next question, which is what makes your company unique?
So besides the Liberty Travel name, which is iconic and customers know and trust it, so it's a great start for anyone looking to join a host agency. But we're also part of the global powerhouse Flight Centre Travel Group, which gives us a leg up on our competition when it comes to commission levels and just direct access to travel products globally. But the best unique feature is our lead generation program. So we have a program which gives independent consultants access to live leads, customers who are looking to travel right now via different channels, be it web, be it phone calls, chat, whatever it is. Those leads are accessible for our independent contractors.
I love that. We always get a lot of questions on leads and how to get them. So to be able to have something like that is amazing.
Mhm.
So let's talk about the travel advisor. I'd love to hear 3 words that best describes a travel advisor for Independent by Liberty Travel.
So I think the first word would be entrepreneur. So we want someone who wants to, go out on their own, run their small business with the help of us as their backbone. Someone who's savvy, especially this day and age. We need someone who's savvy, who can navigate through different times, the good and the bad, and also someone who's just passionate about the travel, passionate about the industry. Those would be the 3 keywords.
I love those. I love those like words that you're using to describe people that would best fit Independent by Liberty Travel. So let's look ahead. 2022. What do you have coming up in this year?
So 2022 is exciting. So obviously the success of our independent contractors is the most important thing for us here at Independent by Liberty Travel. So we're getting ready to launch our new marketing platform, which will give easy access for our independent contractors to have automated marketing to their databases. And like I said earlier about an education program, there is more and more sessions being added, and it's going to be for the new to industry who needs that one-on-one guidance, but also it's going to be for the experienced agent who maybe needs to refresh some of their skills or needs new ideas on how to market themselves. And then the lead generation program, back to that, because it is a unique feature for us, we are putting much more investment into marketing plans to have a lot more leads come into that program. So our independent contractors will have plentiful customers to work for.
I love the marketing stuff. I mean, I'm in marketing, so whenever I hear marketing, my ears kind of perk up. But I mean, a lot of people don't realize if it's not your thing, to have that provided for you, the time and the effort and the money that saves is amazing. And I love that when you talked about education, it wasn't just for new advisors. It's also for experienced advisors, because it really is an industry of learning and growing, and just that constant education is great. So to hear all of that into one is amazing. And it sounds like you're going to have a great 2022.
Yeah, it's exciting.
Yeah. So let's talk about the new advisor. And I'd love to hear a tip that you would give a new travel advisor.
So someone coming on right now, I would basically have 2 words, which is stay informed. Because right now in our current climate, it's important more than ever to stay informed and be knowledgeable for the customer. And with our travel resource hub, we make it very easy for any experience level to stay informed with what's happening with COVID restrictions, protocols, entry requirements. But we also do have an online community that supports each other and keeps everybody in the know, basically, from everything from new resorts to updates, promotions. So it's not all COVID focused. We definitely have the information all around for the travel industry, and it helps anyone starting out or anybody experienced. And also our suppliers are involved with our independent contractors. So they're part of our online community as well. So it's not just information that's coming from us internally, it's also from our suppliers, keeping our advisors completely informed with everything that's happening in the travel industry, everything from a launch of a new resort, launch of a new ship, to the trending destinations happening right now.
Great advice and great support for your advisors. So let's jump into the fun question. So if Independent by Liberty Travel had a themed party, what would that theme be and why?
So you guys always have some interesting questions here. So we actually came up with the Roaring 20s because you know that travelers are resilient and they want to get away. So we're prepared for the huge comeback in the travel industry. And the Roaring 20s was all about extravagance and partying and success. And it just seems fitting right now that that would be our theme, which is the Roaring 20s. And the flappers, you know, that helps too.
Right? As soon as you said that, that's exactly what I thought of. The flappers and the suits and just like glitz and glam and lots of champagne towers. But no, that, I mean, and to correlate that with what's going on today, great answer. I love that. And the Roaring 20s just, I mean, obviously I wasn't there, but everything I've learned and read and even movies that I watched, it just sounds like such an amazing time. So sounds like a great party.
Yeah.
So it's Host Week, and I hear you have a Host Week special, so we'd love to learn more about it.
We do. So our Host Week special is 4 free months for anyone who inquires up until the end of the month, until the 31st of January. And they can just reach out to us by going to our website and letting us know that they heard about us at Host Agency Reviews Host Week.
I love that. And we'll actually put the link in the comments to the special, which is so exciting. Thank you for offering that. And thank you so much, Gloria, for being here and spending time with us during Host Week so we could learn more about Independent by Liberty Travel.
Well, thank you so much for having us.
It was a pleasure. And stay tuned for more amazing stuff that's happening all week. Bye, everyone.
Bye.
And yes, folks, Orion is still here. Do you want to say hello? Yeah, he's very cuddly. So first thing to say, Gloria, if you are throwing that Roaring 20s party, you know what, Orion, can you get off? Gloria, if you are throwing that Roaring 20s party, I would love to be invited. I don't want to crash the party and invite myself, but I do love me a good flapper party. So thanks again for the exclusive Host Week deal of 4 months free. That's incredibly generous. And again, those listening, you need to take advantage of that before the end of January. And it is not just ILT that is offering these specials. We've said this before, and I'll say it again, but there's 40 specials just for Host Week attendees. So follow the link in the comments and you can find them all. Next up, let's move over. We have waiting in the wings for us, Gifted Travel Network. So April, I'm going to pass things off to you.
Hey, April from Host Agency Reviews here, and we are celebrating Host Week. I am here with Shannon Cunningham from Gifted Travel Network. Hello, Shannon. How are you?
Hi, I'm great. Thanks so much for having us, April. We are so excited to be here.
No, and we're so excited to have you, especially during this week of celebrating host agencies and the travel advisors in the industry.
Yes, exciting week.
Yeah. So let's just jump right into it. I got some great questions. I have a fun question, and then we'll talk about your Host Week special.
Yes.
Wonderful. So let's start with the past year. What's new in the past year?
So in the past year, we have enhanced our Travel Business University programs. We like to refer to it as TBU. And we've done this to ensure that we meet the needs of our members. They're designed to help members that have, to crush the odds against everything that we're facing in the normal travel industry, but to crush the odds and facing their times during tough times as well. And so we have this set up so they can have a rewarding and profitable business.
That's
and
amazing.
we've also expanded our team to support the members. So the GTN team is growing, and we are just excited to have additional team members to support the advisors in our group.
That's amazing, especially during this time. I mean, you don't see a lot of people expanding. So for you to be doing that is wonderful, and to provide your advisors that extra support that they need.
Exactly.
And actually rolling right into the next question. So what makes your company unique?
So, what makes us unique is a couple different reasons. We focus on the uniqueness of advisors and we encourage them to market themselves, not the products that they're selling. We want them to market themselves and their business as experts. We encourage them to use their voice, their own branding, and to focus on a niche, and we help them craft that niche as well. Another thing that makes us different is we offer coaching and masterminding programs within our membership. We have an award-winning program for people that are new to the industry, the Travel MBA program. This is our flagship program. It's a really robust program that will help advisors to create a successful business in the travel industry. And we do that by focusing on entrepreneurship, which is really important when you start a business. It's not always about learning which cruise line, which FIT suppliers and things like that. So we want them to focus on building a business that will be profitable for them. And then lastly, what makes us unique is our community. I mean, our community is a close-knit group that even though the advisors are miles apart, they are extremely connected. There's constant communication going on, our Facebook groups with each other, with the GTN team and the members. We have regular meetings with our members. We talk about real things that go on in the industry, not all the glamorous things, all of the things, and as well as what goes on in our personal lives. We enjoy each other's company, we laugh, we support each other, and we're always there lifting each other up.
I love that. And I love that you also focus on not just the wonderful things that happen in the industry, but all the other stuff, because it's important to have guidance and support on the other topics other than just all the glitz and glory of travel.
Right.
So that's great. And let's talk about travel advisors. I mean, this is a real week just talking about travel advisors and giving them the support they need. So what words would you use to describe your ideal travel advisor?
Our ideal travel advisor at Gifted Travel Network is a luxury travel advisor, an agile travel advisor, and a resilient advisor.
I love those. Those are great words. So, we just started 2022 and love to hear what you have coming up for the new year.
Yeah, we're so excited about 2022 at Gifted Travel Network. We just hosted an event for our members called Accelerate 2022, How to Have a Paramount Year. And we introduced our reimagined Travel MBA program that I talked about earlier. So this program is now going to include a 3-day in-person jumpstart event. And in addition to that, you get coaching calls. You have a 54 self-paced modules to go along with. We've created a top producers club for our top 30 advisors. This offers these top advisors a dedicated email, phone, an exclusive retreat, and access to our new Accelerate program in Travel Business University. And the Accelerate program is another way we are preparing the advisors for 2022. This is a dedicated on-demand content focused on priorities for advisors that are in the second, third, and fourth phases of their business, peer-to-peer collaboration calls, access to the Travel MBA curriculum, private Facebook group for the Accelerate members, laser coaching sessions with the Accelerate mentor. So we have a dedicated Accelerate mentor for them. Wow. They get monthly marketing and branding calls with our branding and marketing experts for GTN. Monthly mindset calls with Meredith Hill. Let me see. I'm reading my list because there's more. They get the recordings from our group travel symposium and Travel Business University days. They get an invitation to a mindset retreat that's going to be in the Dominican Republic with Meredith. Wow. They get their virtuoso access fee and they get exclusive access to educational experiences.
Wow. Try
So
saying
that's
that 5
all.
times fast.
Yeah.
Just a few little things. No, I
Right.
love that. What a great program. And just some of the stuff you were saying. I mean, one-on-one mentoring, and especially with peers. So
Yeah.
it's people on your own level. I mean, there's just like so many layers to everything you just had mentioned. The marketing materials. Sometimes people don't understand how much those resources mean, and what a great platform. I love that.
Yep.
So next, I'm sure we have lots of new advisors watching. So I'd love to hear, what would be one tip that you would give new advisors?
Well, first of all, congratulations. This is one of the greatest industries. It's so much fun. So, welcome to this crazy, beautiful industry. And my one tip is to find and interview several host agencies and find the one that's right for you. It's not a one size fits all. They're all
Mm.
different. They all have their own culture. They all have their own personalities. So you have to find the one that is for you, and that's my number one tip.
Yeah, I love that. And it's so true. And that's really what we say as well. So that's a great tip. So enough with all the professional questions. Let's get into the fun question, right? Because we at HAR love to have fun. So if your host agency had a company theme party, what would that theme be and why?
So you stumped me on this one because I love throwing theme parties. Like I love being the hostess, and that's part of my job at GTN is being the hostess for a lot of our events. But I started thinking, I even had to Google it. So I came up with Under the Stars.
Mm.
The prom under the stars, have all the stars hanging. And that's because all of our advisors are stars and they all shine. And we love to see them shine. And they shine together proudly. So one's not worried about if the other one's shining more than the other or anything like that. So that's why I picked Under the Stars.
I love that. What a great answer. And actually our background, if you can see, has like stars behind it. So
That's
I feel like it
true, it
actually fits your
does.
answer very well.
How about that?
I swear it wasn't planned.
No.
But no, that's great. What a great answer. Kudos. So last but not least, we have Host Week specials going on. So if you haven't seen them, we'll put a link in the comments for that. But I would love to hear more about your Host Week special.
Yeah, so we're offering $500 off of one of our Travel Business University programs, either Travel MBA or the Accelerate program. And once you call at Gifted Travel Network or email us and get a one-to-one call set up, we'll give you a promotion code to get the $500 off your enrollment fee.
That's amazing. That's so great. And again, we'll put the link in the comments so everybody can see and click on over to get that. And Shannon, thank you so much for being here. We appreciate your time and all your great insight on the travel industry and hearing about Gifted Travel Network. So thank you again.
Yeah, thanks for having us. We really enjoy being a part of Host Agency Reviews and Host Week.
I know, it's a bit of a tongue twister.
I know, but thank you so much. We enjoy it.
No, wonderful. Thank you. And stay tuned, everybody, for some more great info.
Yay, Shannon. I am so excited about this $500 off promotion. Thank you so much for participating in Host Week and also for participating in the specials. So this wraps up our Host Week section on Get to Know a Host for the day. But we'll be back again tomorrow with more host agencies. So join us at 1 p.m. Central Time. And we're going to be chatting with Plaza Travel, Travel Edge, Independent by Flight Center, Incentive Connection Travel, and then Travel Planners International. Now what I'd like to do is we're going to switch gears and we're going to be moving into our think tanks shortly. And it's going to be chock full of great information for you. So the first one up, we're going to hear from travel attorney Thomas Carpenter on the top 4 ways to manage legal risk when you're selling travel. That's going to happen at 2:50 p.m. Central Time. And then following that will be Patty Noonan from the Travel Institute, who's going to be going over their New to Travel 101 course. So go ahead, let this stream in the background, and we'll play some fun music about 30 seconds before we start, and that will cue you that the next segment is starting. So we'll see you in a few. Well, welcome back to another spectacular segment of Host Week. We have got a double dose of think tanks for you again today. So if you've just discovered Host Week, we are ecstatic you're here and we want to make sure that you don't miss tomorrow. So sign up for daily Host Week emails with direct links to the recordings from the previous day's recording, and it will have that day's live stream. So all you need to do is go to har.news/hostweek and register for the event. Now, our first think tank today is with travel attorney Thomas Carpenter. And as I mentioned before, he will be talking about the 4 ways to manage legal risk when you sell travel. So if legalese and travel, or not travel attorneys, just attorneys in general scare you, do not worry because you are not alone. But I can tell you from personal experience that Thomas is fluent in layman's English, in addition to legalese. But he's a really great interpreter for us. He's very down to earth and will give some great advice. So we're really excited to have him here with us during Host Week. And then after Thomas's think tank, stick around too, because Patty Noonan from the Travel Institute is going to be going over our New to Travel 101 course. As the name implies, that's the best fit if you're a noob. And you can tune into that at 3:30 Central Time. Now, the one thing to mention with these think tanks is that we have follow-up interactive sessions with them next week. Again, these are pre-recorded right now, but there's a chance for you to interact and have face-to-face conversation with our presenters next week. The tricky thing about it is that you need to register so we can send you the top secret link on where to meet. We want to make sure that people attending have watched this presentation, and that's why we're doing that. So you can go to har.news/thinktankme to register for Thomas's think tank on February 4th at 12 p.m. Central Time. So he's graciously offered to do an AMA or an Ask Me Anything, so bring your questions. And then I'm going to flip this over to Maureen now, who is waiting backstage with Thomas. Maureen, it's all yours.
Thanks, Stephanie. And welcome to all of our audience members joining us today for our think tank, Top 4 Ways to Manage Legal Risk When Selling Travel. Also, I just want to make sure that I mention that on Wednesday, February 4th at 12 p.m. Central Time, we will have an interactive think tank follow-up breakout session called Ask the Travel Lawyer. So make sure you join that. And also, we're going to go ahead and put a link into the comments for you for the think tank, so you have that. And just a reminder, this is pre-recorded, but feel free to share your comments for us during the presentation, and we'll be happy to answer them for you. So our speaker today is Thomas Carpenter. He's an attorney with Carpenter Law Travel. So welcome, Thomas, and thank you so much for joining us today. We appreciate you coming on to provide advisors with 4 ways for them to be able to manage their legal risk in the travel industry. And, as we all know, travel has become more complicated than ever before, and so has selling travel. So I look forward to hearing all of the great advice that you have for the travel advisors. So I just wanted to get a feel from you, Thomas, how did you kind of get your start? I know that you are also, you're a travel attorney, but you also do own your own travel agency as well.
That's right, actually. And thanks so much, Maureen, for the introduction. I should actually probably get a couple of things just out of the way right at the beginning.
Perfect.
Because I am a lawyer, and so I have these certain professional responsibility obligations that I have to say. The first thing is I have to tell you where you can find me if you need me, if you have questions about this. So my name is Tom Carpenter. You can easily Google Tom Carpenter Travel Law, and you'll find my website. But my email address is tcarpenter, first initial last name, at Carpenter Taylor. That's Carpenter, my last name, CarpenterTaylor.com. And that's how you can reach me if you need me. The states where I'm licensed might view this as attorney advertising, so I'm supposed to make that disclosure. I am not intending to give any specific legal advice for any problems that any of you might have on this webinar. And this is just for informational purposes only. And also, I should tell you that prior outcomes don't guarantee future results. So if I talk about, courts have decided this in the past, doesn't mean that's what they're going to decide the next time the issue presents itself. So just keep that in mind. So with my professional responsibilities out of the way, so I've been an attorney in the travel and tourism industry for a couple of years now, but I've spent most of my career as a labor and employment attorney in the entertainment industry. And so I ran the legal department at the Television and Radio Union for a while. I worked for Screen Actors Guild for a while, was their chief labor counsel, and then moved over to Broadway and live performance and was the general counsel at Actors Equity Association for several years. And I basically kind of got burnt out. But in the meantime, my husband and I decided we wanted to do something entrepreneurial. We started a travel business, which I thought was just going to be my side hustle. But that really took off. And so right around the same time that I was getting burnt out doing entertainment law, I decided to flip the switch and focus on running the travel business full time, set up a little law practice on the side, thinking that, maybe in that law practice, I would be reviewing employment contracts for performers and journalists and those types of people. But in reality, travel businesses started coming to me and asking me for help drafting documents and policies. And so now I represent, about 600 small travel agencies and tour operators, a couple of host agencies, and I'm very, very kind of deep into travel and tourism law, which is not what I thought I was going to be doing, but here I am. And I do lots of webinars on managing risk, but I'm really, really happy to be part of this, part of Host Week, because I regularly suggest to people when they come to me talking about finding a host agency that this website and this is one of the leading places that I suggest that they go. So I'm really happy to be part of this.
Oh, well, thanks. We appreciate that. And, you have a really unique background. It's interesting how people kind of get into the travel industry. And
Right.
I think the fact that, not only are you on kind of an attorney and also taking on the travel attorney side of things, but having the perspective too of being an agency owner. So what it's like to be on the front line, what it's like to get started, and how overwhelming that can be for a travel advisor just starting out in the industry. There's so much, as you know, to learn when you do start your agency.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's kind of a good segue into the first point of the 4 points that I was going to make, which is I'm assuming a lot of people who are viewing this presentation are here because they're interested in connecting with host agencies to kind of figure out what might be a good fit for them. Right. And I really believe that finding the right host agency for your business and what you want to be doing in your business is an important component of managing risk, especially when you're just starting out. So by affiliating with a host agency, there are all sorts of things that are required of you when you start a travel business, in terms of complying with seller of travel laws, in terms of just kind of understanding the basics of the industry, because there is a really low bar to entering the travel and tourism industry. Yeah. Anybody can start a travel agency or hang up a shingle and say, hey, I'm a travel agent. Yep. But it's also a highly regulated industry. Travel is super like you were saying earlier, traveling is super complicated. Selling travel is extra super complicated. Right. So a host agency, the right host agency, can really help you navigate those terms. But keep in mind, when you sign up with a host agency, you're signing a contract, and that contract has rights and responsibilities on both sides. And so I am really, really shocked and surprised at how few people actually reach out to an attorney who understands the travel industry to talk to them about the contract that they're about to sign with their host agency. And I think a lot of that is because when you're starting a new business, you're really, really excited about this new relationship and the possibilities of all of that. But you don't often think about, well, what happens if this isn't a good fit for me or it doesn't work out? What happens at the tail end of that relationship, right? And so
absolutely. It is. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, it is, a really good point, because, you have to do your due diligence when you are for a host agency. And, we to say, pick 2 or 3. And, look at their websites, call them, because you're really interviewing them as opposed to them interviewing you, and you sure that it is a good fit for you. And you will find that out when you are on the phone with them. You'll know right away if it's a good fit. But like you said, you really need to look over the contract. That is so important. And especially if you do decide somewhere down the line that you want to move on to another host agency or you want to go it alone, you need to know what happens. Like how much time do you have to give? How much notice do you have to give to that? See what happens to the bookings. These are all things that they should take into consideration when they're signing their contracts.
Exactly. And so in terms of like figuring out where to go and which host agencies to go with, I, of course, like I said, I recommend that people come to host agency reviews and look at all the great information that's on that site. Beyond that, there's an organization called PATH, the Professional Association of Travel Hosts. And the agencies who are members of PATH all commit to a standard of ethics that is designed to, protect those standards. That having been said, there are some very good, reputable host agencies that aren't members of PATH. But even within PATH, there are lots of host agencies that aren't necessarily going to be right for everybody. And so, but that's a good place to start. There's also a list of questions to ask on the PATH website. That's PATH for hosts. But the things that happen at the end of the relationship, those are all going to be in your contract. So like you said, what happens to your bookings? What happens to your commissions? Because you're not going to be paid those commissions until after your clients travel. And so if you've switched host agencies and you're now with a new host, what does that contract say about your ability to collect those commissions? Who owns those bookings? Who owns those clients and that client list? All of those things are going to be specified to some extent in your contract. And like I said, not every host agency is like every other one. There are also all sorts of multi-level marketing agencies out there in the travel industry. Some of those are super scammy, and some of them are bordering on illegal, but there are also perfectly legal multi-level marketing operations that are out there. So you have to be careful about all of that. But it's all of the details are going to be in your contract. And so whether you're just starting out or whether you're thinking about making a switch, it's a really good idea to have an attorney walk you through that contract so that you understand what your obligations are.
Yeah, great advice. And so what's would you recommend if they're going through their contract and reading it and it's really not that clear cut about, if they were to leave, what happens to those bookings? Would they get paid out on their commission? What is your suggestion that, maybe take a look at another host agency or finding out from that host agency, really getting to know, because that's important to know. If I leave here, who do the bookings belong with the host I'm currently with? Can I ask to, have it if I'm going to another host? Can I have my current host release the book host? I mean, I know some do it, but I think that just knowing your contract's really important. But if they're not really seeing in the terms and conditions anything that's really stating what happens to the bookings, is that something that you would have them go back to that host on and get clarification on?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's always, well, not a good idea. I think it's essential that whenever you're dealing with your host agency or when you're dealing with suppliers, it's really important for people to be honest and ethical and transparent and above board. And so it's much easier to have a conversation to get clarity than it is to think, well, I can do an end run around this thing that I don't like if I do that. I just don't think that's a good way to go. I will say that I have had people who have been switching host agencies and they have had a problematic relationship with their prior host. And by reaching out to me, that kind of escalated it in a way that, they were just trying to get clarity on what their obligations were, and it wound up blowing everything up. So it really requires both both parties to the relationship to want to come to an agreement to work things out. But I think it's always best to start things out by approaching it as above board, honest, transparent. Because most host agencies, if you're with a good host agency and you go to them and you say, you know what, like, I really feel like this relationship's not working for me and my business. Can I talk to you about what the issues are? Maybe that fixes the problem. Maybe they can work with you to be flexible and adaptable. Or maybe it's not a good fit and they're going to agree that it's not a good fit. And so, talking out those details, again, sometimes getting a lawyer involved can escalate things unnecessarily, especially if there are tensions in that relationship to begin with. But the easiest and best thing is to know what your contract says before you even sign it, because are you month to month? Are you on an annual basis? What happens if 6 months into it, you've got a year-long contract and you need to get out? What happens? You should be able to ask those questions to your host and get a straightforward answer. And if you don't like that answer, then maybe it's a sign it's not a good fit.
Yeah, no, that is great advice. So thank you. And I hope that helps everybody out with, finding the right host agency is really important, and just making sure that you do your due diligence and review your contract before you sign that. Very important. So, so next, let's kind of talk about the importance of having insurance.
Yep. That's the big number 2. So, actually 2 and 3 kind of go hand in hand. So number 2 is errors and omissions insurance, and number 3 is having a good terms and conditions document. So between those 2 things, I think that can cover you for almost 100% of anything that could go wrong when you're operating your business. So errors and omissions insurance is insurance that's going to cover you if you screw something up. So a client says, hey, can you book me on this vacation in July? You make the booking in June. You don't realize it until the client gets to the airport in July and realizes they missed their trip, and you messed up. Well, I mean, look, simple human error happens.
Yeah.
Simple human error happens, and it can be a really expensive error to fix. And so I strongly recommend that people have errors and omissions insurance in place. Even if your host agency has an E&O policy that covers you, you should get your own errors and omissions insurance policy. Because if your host agency has a policy, that policy covers everybody who's hosted by that agency. And if one of those other companies has a claim that's significant, that could suck up all of the coverage limitations for that policy, leaving not much left for the rest of you. So if you've got your own policy, you should, I think $1 million in coverage is probably the minimum that anybody would want to have. You can buy 500,000, but the cost difference between 500,000 and $1 million is not that much. It's a cost of doing business. I know people don't like to spend money, but you need to invest in your business and treat it like a business. Get your own E&O, get at least $1 million in coverage, and double check your contract with your host agency if you're hosted to see, because that contract might obligate you. It probably should obligate you to add your host agency as an additional insured party under your policy. There's nothing nefarious about that, but if you're booking under another business's industry credentials, there's a possibility that they could be, hit with a lawsuit for something that you do in your business. Of course, you're going to want to make sure that your host agency is healthy and protected and able to support you. There was a Facebook group where somebody was just outraged that their host agency would insist on being covered by their policy as well. There's nothing wrong with that. It's absolutely normal. I would recommend that if you have sub-agents in your business and you allow them to get their own E&O, have them cover you because they're booking under your credentials. So it's not a big deal, but E&O is essential. You should have your own, and don't think that it's weird if your host agency also wants to be on your E&O policy.
Okay, that's really good to know. That was something I wasn't aware of, so I appreciate that, kind of giving a little insight into the insurance, because I was on the supplier side of things. Mm-hmm. So now kind of being on the other side of that, it's interesting to learn all these new things. And I'm sure all the new advisors coming into the industry this is really important. And even if they're not new and they are kind of a more experienced advisor, this is really good information to know, and making sure you do have the right amount of coverage for your E&O insurance as well.
Right. Yeah. And I will say there's some really great companies out there that, so I'll just tell you my personal, my business, I have my insurance through Berkshire Hathaway. I think they probably insure like 90% of the industry.
Okay.
I'll just tell you the story about them and why I'm really loyal to them because like, this is not an endorsement, but when COVID happened, I had just renewed my policy. Berkshire Hathaway called me up and said, hey, it looks like people aren't going to be traveling for a couple of months. I mean, like, if only it was only a couple of months, right?
Right.
Looks like people aren't going to be traveling for a couple of months. We're going to extend your policy for an extra, I think it was like 2 or 3 months at no additional cost to me because I had just renewed. And I was like, since when does an insurance company treat people like human beings? Like, it's that won my loyalty right there. But I would also say too that ASTA has a relationship with an E&O insurance provider. I don't know much about them, but if ASTA has checked them out, I would 100% say that that's a good bet.
Yep,
and I've heard that those rates are really, really good. And also, I would say if there was going to be a fifth thing that I would put into this mix, I would say the fifth thing is join ASTA in the Industry Trade Association. They are one of the most effective trade associations I've ever encountered in my entire career. They are so supportive. Yes. And even if you're just in it for the discounts, I'm in the ASTA attorney referral program. If you hire me to represent your business, you get a 15% discount off of my hourly rates. So ASTA is really important, but E&O insurance is important. So,
yeah, perfect.
Yep.
Great. So, I know that you'd also were kind of saying that terms and condition documents are really important for advisors to use in their business.
Yeah, for sure. So in the same way, an errors and omissions policy is going to cover you if you make a mistake, but there are all sorts of other things that could go sideways when your clients are traveling. There are all sorts of court cases that are out there where courts have held that travel advisors have a duty of care to their clients that requires certain things. I mentioned earlier that travel is a highly regulated industry. And so there are legal requirements of things you're supposed to disclose. And you can do all of those things in your terms and conditions document. So the terms and conditions document is a comprehensive document that when people hire you to plan their trips, you're going to want to have them agree to a set of terms and conditions that are going to protect your business. The one thing that I think is really important to put at the center of your terms and conditions document is something that clarifies that as the travel advisor, you are not the principal supplier. You're not a tour operator. You're a booking agent for the tour operator or for the cruise line or for the resort or for the DMC. So you are not the principal supplier. You're the travel advisor. So you've got a fiduciary duty to those suppliers that you're using. You're not allowed to violate their pricing guidelines or their booking policies. You're not allowed to undercut their pricing that's publicly available. But you also owe a duty of care to your clients. And so the terms and conditions document really should clarify what your role is, because your clients might not understand it. They might think they're buying the trip from you, even though you're just using their card to pay the supplier. But think about all the things that could go wrong that are out of your control when your clients travel, right? The lock on the hotel room door is broken. Somebody's laptop gets stolen out of the hotel room. They blame you because that's the hotel that you booked them at.
Right.
It's not your fault. You don't control whether there's what the lock on the door looks like, or if the bus gets into an accident, or the helicopter that lands on the glacier wasn't maintained properly. None of those things are within your control, and they can all lead to really, really horrible lawsuits. And so keeping yourself out of that is something that your terms and conditions document can do, as well as making all of those mandatory disclosures and things like that.
And so for the document, is there someplace you can go in particular to create this document? Is it something like your host agency would have something for you, or what's your recommendation there?
Yeah, so most host agencies are not going to provide you with a terms and conditions document because uh, because it is a legal document, right?
Right.
There are some templates that are floating out there. I know a lot of people just kind of cobble them together based on what they see other people using.
Okay.
I draft terms and conditions documents for people on a custom basis. I don't recommend, I mean, look, a cookie cutter template is better than nothing, but every business is a little bit different. So even though there's a lot of boilerplate in these terms and conditions documents that I draft for people, they're like, somebody who does a lot of school groups is going to need different terms than somebody who does destination weddings. Or if you do a lot of adventure travel, you're going to need different terms than somebody who has a niche of people with special needs and disabilities. So every business is a little bit different. You know, do you need the right to charge cancellation fees in your terms? Do you book a lot of high risk travel? Do you do a lot of school groups? I mean, like, all of those things can lead to small differences that are important because, you know, they're going to potentially protect you. So I don't sell templates. I don't put templates on my website. I do, but that having been said, because I do so many of them, I do it on a flat rate for people. I try to keep the rate right around the cost of like one good mid-range booking so that it's not going to break the bank. I also, there's also, in addition to having the document, it's not enough to just have a terms and conditions document that sits on your website and doesn't do anything. You need your clients to actually agree to it so that you can make that document enforceable. And so when I do it on a flat rate, I also include, you know, talking through the process, using a client agreement as a vehicle to get them to sign on to the terms and conditions. How do you get them to agree to your terms without rubbing their nose in a bunch of legalese? And the people who've worked with me before, I think, you know, the way I suggest people do it, that tends to work for most people. But since I do it on a flat rate, if somebody's using a different technology, they can, you know, we can talk through how that works, and we've got the time to do that since it's on a flat rate. So, but I really do think that in addition to having your terms and conditions document that's well crafted, customized for your business, it's also a really good idea to kind of spend some time thinking about the workflow and how you implement that document into your business so that you can make sure that your clients are signing on to it, because you want that document to be enforceable.
Yeah, absolutely. No, really great advice. So, and then I think too, another thing for advisors too, is they could also kind of network with advisors within their host agency too, to get a feel for what do they use. That's a really great way that helps you to kind of get to know other agents that are part of the host agency. And then also, you know, Host Agency Reviews also has a Facebook group. That's another great place that if you ever have questions, you can ask that there. So, and you know, like Thomas said, you know, he also puts something together if you are interested. So definitely make sure that you do have a terms and condition document, and that you are, like you said, that you are actually making your clients, you know, sign that at the end of the day, because that is going to be important as well.
Right. And you know, you don't, when you say sign that, it doesn't have to be, you know, print out a PDF, wet ink on paper, return it to me. There are a lot of really great tech tools that are out there. Some of them host agencies provide. Like I've been working with a lot of advisors lately who come from one particular host agency that has a CRM type tool that has form building technology built into it. I use TravelJoy in my business, and I know lots of people are using TravelJoy right now, but there's also Tess, Vacation CRM, Vacation Creation, which is something that I think a lot of Disney focused agencies use. And then there are some free tools that are out there too. So, you know, figuring out a workflow where you want to make it easy for your clients to do business with you. But you also want to make it easy for you to follow the steps so that you're not, you know, cutting corners and missing steps. You don't want to make it, you know, I mean, there was one agent who came to me once and I was like, tell me about your booking process. Well, first they send me a form, and then I make them fill out this form, and then they send that back to me, and then I make them send this, and then I do this, and then I do that. And I'm just like, wow, you know, and when I was exhausted just listening to the process. And so I was just like, okay, well, here's one where you can just send them one form, that's
Right.
short and easy. They check a couple boxes, send it back to you, and then you start working on a quote for them. And then when they're ready to move forward, you send them an invoice. And like, that's literally it. You just send them 2 forms from your agency, and however many quotes you need to send them to get something that you can close the deal. But you want to kind of strike that balance between providing the high touch service to a client. I mean, they're coming to you instead of booking themselves on the internet because they want somebody who knows what they're doing, who's competent and educated and well trained, and who has access to the tools that they don't have. But at a certain point, if you're difficult to work with, then at a certain point they're going to kind of give up and either find somebody else or do it themselves, go back to doing it themselves. So being easy to work with is really, really important.
Yeah, absolutely. So, and then I know that your final number 4 is the importance of a solid workflow, especially when, with credit card authorizations and chargebacks. So did you want to talk a little bit about that?
For sure. Yeah. I mean, and what we were just saying about the workflow and being really easy to work with, the credit card authorization is an important part of your workflow. And lately, I don't think, like in the last 3 months, especially since Omicron, I don't think I've had a single person I've talked to in my law practice who runs an agency, like the prospect of chargebacks always come up. And it's a bigger problem now than it's ever been. It's happened to me in my agency. Somebody asked me the other day when I was going over their terms and conditions with them, because one of the things that I put in terms and conditions documents when I draft them for people is a provision that says that they agree that unless it's a case of fraud, they are not going to dispute a credit card payment that they have authorized the agent to make. So somebody on a Facebook group recently was arguing with me about that, saying, you can't do that, it's not legal. And I'm like, it's absolutely legal. So you should have it. So you can't stop them from disputing fraudulent charges.
Right.
Under the Fair Credit Billing Act. If they pay for something that they don't get within 60 days, they have the right to dispute those charges. But if your client doesn't like a cancellation policy of a supplier, and they're frustrated that they're not getting a refund because they decided not to take their trip and they're within the cancellation window, and they say to you, you know what, I think I'm just going to try to get my money back from my credit card. They don't understand that could come out of your pocket, that those suppliers could come after you because you were the one who used their card to make the charge. And so if the supplier is looking for reimbursement from you, and you don't have the proof to show that, I had authorization to make this charge with the supplier, $10,000 of your client's vacation could come out of your pocket. And that's a lot for a small business to absorb. So, having proof that they authorized you to charge this particular card, my card ending in 5678, in the amount of $1,234.56 on this date, and having a tech tool that'll get that information for you, having some sort of form. And then you could also use that credit card authorization form to have them agree to your terms and conditions, authorizing you to charge this card and this amount on this date, and I agree to your terms and conditions, which are located at www.wherever you posted it. So having that credit card authorization is going to help you, because if they do a chargeback and the supplier comes to you and says, prove to me, they're saying this was fraud, did you really have authorization to charge the card? You can pull out that thing, print it off from your system or whatever it is, show them where you had the authorization. But in a worst case scenario, if you do get dinged for $10,000 of your client's vacation, you want language in your terms and conditions that's going to say that you have the right to take your client to court to recover that money if you get debited for $10,000 plus attorney's fees plus court costs and that sort of thing. So credit card authorization is really, really important. There are lots of people who are nervous about traveling during COVID and who think that oh, I can just get my money back from my credit card company. They think the credit card company is taking the hit. They don't realize that that goes back to the merchant and potentially back to their travel agent. And so it's just really, really important to have your ducks in a row when you're handling clients' payment information, when you're making payments with suppliers. Get the authorization. Don't take it over the phone. I mean, I know lots of people say, oh, I'm just going to call up. Just call me and read it to me over the phone. I mean, I think most people know you shouldn't just type it into an email and send it, but don't. But if they call you over the phone and they say, yeah, you can hit my card for $10,000, well, what happens if you have to prove that you had authorization to do that?
Right.
Like, unless you've got a recording of that phone call, you're going to be in trouble. So it's really important.
Yeah, it is. So, well, those were really great points. I mean, I learned a lot actually from all this. So I really, I mean, and, like I said, I came from, working in a supplier background. So, I mean, I learned a lot just in things that you should have. So this is going to be helpful working with the newer agents coming into the industry, just making sure, like the terms and conditions document, really great piece of advice. Wasn't one that I really was aware that, they needed to have. So I'm going to make sure that I start using that on future Friday 15s with new advisors. And then, just making sure that, we really try to push the importance of finding the right host agency for you in your business. And then really, I think you really drove home the importance of the E&O insurance, and, how much you should have. And even if you have it through your host, having a, secondary E&O, important. And then just really the importance of having, the credit card authorization and chargeback information as well for the specific reasons that you mentioned, all great. So thank you. I mean, like I said, I learned a lot. So I hope that everybody else learned a lot today from you. Very interesting. So I just want to see if there was anything else before we end today. If there was anything else that you wanted to mention to the audience.
No, just that if anybody would like to talk to me, I'm more than happy to have a conversation. I know people can be sometimes nervous about talking to a lawyer. What's that going to cost me? I do complimentary consultations. I think I mentioned that I'm part of the ASTA attorney referral program. So if you're an ASTA member, I have discounted rates. My clock never runs until we have a conversation about it and we have a representation agreement in place. So, hiring a lawyer should not be a scary thing. But also, if you'd like more information about any of these topics, I also have a YouTube channel. You can Google me, and I've done like 1,100 webinars where I go into more detail on terms and conditions documents. I've got something on credit card authorizations. I got something on why you should never book your clients in an Airbnb or a VRBO. I've got like all sorts of different things on my YouTube channel that you can look at if you have questions about anything. But I'm also a phone call or an email away if you'd like to talk to me about a particular situation that you've got.
Oh, well, that's fantastic. And thank you so much for sharing all this today with everybody. We really appreciate you joining us. And, I really hope that the audience took away some really important facts of, the 4 top ways to manage their legal risk when selling travel. And, please make sure to reach out to Thomas with any questions that you might have. And then also, I just want to remind everybody to make sure that you do join us on Wednesday, February 4th at 12 p.m. Central Time, where we're going to have an interactive think tank follow-up called Ask the Travel Lawyer. So make sure you tune in then. And then also don't forget to tune in tomorrow, Thursday, January 27th, for our keynote speaker, Vicki Freed from Royal Caribbean. We're going to have ACTA with insights for Canadian advisors. And then we will have a think tank with Richard D'Ambrosio and more interviews with host agencies. So Thomas, once again, thank you so much for joining us today and for all the information that you provided. It was so very helpful. And I do appreciate you coming today and joining us.
It was absolutely my pleasure. And thanks to you and Steph and the whole HAR team. You're doing a great job out there giving people good information, and on behalf of my part of the industry, I'm very grateful for it.
Well, thank you so much, Thomas. And, thank you everybody for joining us today. And now we're going to be going back to Stephanie. So thanks, everyone.
Maureen, I'm totally with you there. Even though I've been in the industry for a decent amount of time, I still learned a ton from that. So thank you so much, Thomas. That's what I love about my work is there's just still so much to learn and uncover, even years and years after entering this realm. So just a quick reminder for everybody that if you want to attend Thomas's Ask Me Anything or AMA, it is February 4th at 12 p.m. Central Time. So mark your calendars and don't forget that you need to register ahead of time. And you can do that at har.news/thinktankme. So with that, we're going to jump into our next think tank in just a second with Patty Noonan from the Travel Institute. So don't go far. Listen for that audio cue. When we'll play the music, you'll have about 30 seconds to get back to your computer for Patty's presentation. We will see you in just a jiffy. Welcome back, everybody. We have got Patty Noonan on the line from the Travel Institute. She'll be going over an overview of the Travel Institute's New to Travel course. And I know it's been a long day, so I'm not going to delay any longer. I'm going to go ahead and just turn things right over to Patty. So Patty, go ahead and take it away.
A little bit about the Travel Institute in case we're new to you. We've been around since 1964, so that's basically 57 years that we've been around. We are a not-for-profit. Our mission from day one has been to provide quality education, professional development, and industry-recognized credentials and certifications. And education, whether you're just starting out, which I imagine is the case for most people on the call here today, we've got courses that are targeted just for you to help you to get started, to help you to figure out and kind of manage what you need to do and what steps you need to take. Or if you've been doing this for 10, 20 years, we have advanced education and certification for those that have been around for a long time. Again, education is all that we do. So what we spend all of our time putting together programs and courses and updating content. I mean, that's really what differentiates us from others that are out there, is that this is all that we do. We're not a host agency. We're not a school. We're not a consortia partner. Our goal is to provide quality content, and we work with all of those different partners on shoring up their education and training as well. So we really try and work with the entire industry out there in helping them to keep education as up to date as possible. So I imagine most of you on the call today did not just wake up this morning and say, gee, I think I want to be a travel agent. It happens over time. Maybe you have a full-time career, you have a primary career, but every moment that you have an opportunity to travel, you jump on it. You love the whole process of traveling. You love to go out and do the research and figure out what's new and really get to know a particular destination or product. And then you love to travel as well. A lot of people get into a career in travel exactly that way. Maybe you've been on 10 different cruises and it's something that you're very passionate about and you love to cruise, and when your friends and family are cruising, they come to you and they want to talk to you and pick your brain and tap into the experience that you have with cruising, and you're thinking, I wonder if I can maybe make this into a career, either part-time or full-time. Maybe you've been to Disney World 10, 15 times, and same thing. People call you up and ask for your advice when they're planning a trip to Disney, and you're thinking, maybe I can make some money doing this. I love it. And why not make some money and invest myself into either a part-time or full-time career selling what you love. That's one of the things that makes getting into travel so appealing to people, is because of that flexibility that you've got. You don't have to quit your day job. You can do this on a part-time basis. Maybe you've taken early retirement and you're looking to supplement your Social Security. Maybe you're a yoga instructor or a real estate agent, and you're thinking that this is a way for you to maybe create not only a new revenue path for you, but an interesting path where you might be able to take that client relationship to the next step. So there's lots of reasons to get into travel, and there's lots of different ways to do it. I wish there was a sheet of paper that I could just hand to everybody on this call and say, follow these 10 steps and boom, you'll be a travel agent. It doesn't work like that. There's lots of things that you need to educate yourself on, and then you need to, once you've got that information, you need to figure out what's going to work best for you. It's going to look different for every single person on this call. As I said, maybe you need to make $20,000 a year. Maybe you need to do this full time and your goal is to make $60,000 a year. So how you're going to set up your business and how you're going to do that is going to look different. So really what we're going to talk about today is kind of the big picture. I'll give you an overview of the industry. We'll talk about why is it a good time to get into travel right now. Some would think it's just the opposite, but no, it is a great time to be laying the foundation and doing the groundwork to set up a career in travel. I'll talk about some different opportunities just so that you kind of understand how the different components of the travel industry work together. We'll talk about the best path for you. There's different options out there. Everything that we do at the Travel Institute is designed to be self-paced and self-study so that we can keep the cost down, and it also allows you tremendous flexibility of kind of picking what you need when you need it. But there's other ways to get into travel and other ways to learn about travel. We'll talk a little bit about the crawl, walk, run scenario. I always talk a lot about networking. This is very much a people business. It's very personal. Travel is personal, and getting out there and meeting people is going to be important for you. Not only learning about the business and expanding your contacts and your reach, and as you grow and build. But especially if you're an independent contractor, you need to be thinking about where am I going to get those clients. So as we're going through this today, that's important to be thinking about how can I start building my database. Maybe you've already belonged to a group and they've expressed interest in traveling, so you're just kind of picking up the ball and running with it at this point. Again, a lot of people get into travel in different ways, but we'll talk about that, and then I'll also give you some additional resources to go out there. It really is your homework after this today is really to go out and do research, because the more that you do that, the more you learn and educate yourself, you'll have what I call those aha moments where things will start to resonate, and someone's example of what they're doing, you'll go, oh, that's exactly what I want to be doing, whether it be part-time, full-time, whatever it might be. So why get into the travel industry, and why is now a great time? Well, I can tell you, travel has just gotten that much more complicated. People who never used a travel agent before are now finding that they need to work with someone who knows where to go to get the most up-to-date information. They want to work with somebody who's connected. If something goes wrong, that they've got an advocate working on their behalf, either to get their money back or to rebook, whatever it might be. So again, just a tremendous amount of interest in working with travel agents now more than ever. I've been doing this for 30 years, and I can tell you it is a fun, interesting career. Every day is a little bit different. Tremendous opportunities come up. I use that word a lot because you just never know what's around the corner. The more you put yourself out there and the more you learn, new opportunities will start presenting themselves to you. So lots of different choices for you to make along this fantastic journey. There's something for everyone. As I said, every day is different, and you're constantly learning. Destinations change, people change, trends change, systems change. You're constantly growing and moving in a different direction when you're in a career in travel. It's absolutely a global industry. The friends that I've made over my years in the industry, I still have them. We keep in touch thanks to social media. If I'm traveling overseas, I still get together with certain suppliers that I used to work with many, many years ago. My groups that I worked with, the companies, the organizations that I work with, we all keep in touch. We have subgroups in Facebook and LinkedIn, and so we're all constantly looking out for each other and seeing what everyone is doing. And I love that about this. When you get into travel, you become part of this big family. And that's one of the things that makes it so attractive, is because you're sharing these fabulous trips and you're sharing these fabulous experiences. And it just takes relationships to a whole nother level, which is why I've been getting those phone calls from the real estate agents and the yoga instructors and people that have a primary business, but they see that opportunity to maybe bring in a travel component. The yoga instructor, for example, she has a very successful yoga business, and her clients are now saying, we want to travel with you. They've formed this relationship, and they've come to respect her, and so now she's looking at doing a trip or two a year with her clientele. And what that does is really solidifies her relationship with those clients, because again, when you travel with these people, it takes your relationship to a whole nother level. You become part of that travel family again. The real estate agents that I met with, same thing. They deal with out of country, overseas real estate, and a lot of people are interested in learning more, and they thought, I think we might be able to do some boot camps in the destinations that we focus in on and let people come over and really see what it looks like and what it's all about and learn kind of firsthand. So there's an opportunity for them to build in another component to their already very successful business. The flexibility is probably one of the most attractive features of getting into the travel industry. If you're a stay-at-home mom and you're looking to do something part-time, maybe you have elderly parents that you may need to lock up the door and head out at a moment's notice to take care of them. You may have a part-time job. Maybe you're a gigger and you do 2 or 3 different things, and this is just another gig or part-time career that you want to bring into your portfolio. But getting into travel, the flexibility around it is one of the things that makes it so attractive. And the other thing is you don't have to mortgage your house or sell stock to get into this. You can literally start laying the groundwork and educating yourself for less than $500. And that's another reason why, getting into it. So even if you've got a full-time career and you're thinking, I've got 10 more years of working in corporate America, but I want to start laying the groundwork now so that in 10 years, I'm ready to kind of flip the switch and start doing this more and more, and maybe even building it into a full-time business. And that's what a lot of people do. You again, because the investment, you don't have to spend a lot of money to do it. You can just start laying that groundwork. And then when you're ready to go and you've done the research and you kind of figured out what's going to work best for you, all of that, you can, again, just flip that switch and kick it into the next gear. The learning never ends. Obviously, the world is changing all the time. Destinations change. And that's one of the things that's fascinating about this business is just getting out there and learning new things all the time. Very much a people business. Not only are you working with your clients, but you're working with the different suppliers out there. You may have different partners that you work with. You may belong to a host agency, for instance. You may decide to go that route. So really dealing with a lot of different people. And again, opportunities are right now. I get phone calls every week from different agencies and people who've been certified and people who are members of the Travel Institute asking for some help. And anybody that goes through my entry-level program, it ends with a travel agent proficiency test. And once you've passed that test, we actually put you in our directory, or put you in the directory that shows everybody that's recently passed any of our testing. And you have the option of clicking a button and letting people know that you're looking for work. So we are doing our best to kind of put people together. If you're interested in working for an agency, or an agency's interested in getting some new people, we do have some things in place that can help you out with that as well. So first, I just want you to really understand the industry in general. You've got the supplier side of the business. These are the folks that deliver. They're the airlines, they're the railroads, all the transportation, they're car rental companies, hotels, resorts, all inclusives that are out there, cruise lines, riverboat cruises, big ships, small ships, tour companies like Globus or Tauk or Funjet or Apple Vacations. And then, of course, you've got the different theme parks like a Disney or like a Universal as well. Then you've got the supporting travel businesses. The Travel Institute, absolutely. We're here to help you to be successful. We're here to help you to put everything in place that you need to do to go on and have a successful career. You've got the insurance side of the business, which is more important than ever right now, because you just don't know if something's going to go wrong. And I, as an agent, don't want to lose sleep, and I don't want my clients losing sleep either. And insurance, you get paid commission on it. That's how you get paid in the industry. So it's also a revenue generator for you. So that makes it important from that standpoint as well. If you've heard of Sabre or WorldSpan or Amadeus, these are what we call global distribution systems. And they're basically technology that you need to have if you're booking a lot of airline tickets and you're booking a lot of hotels. So not everybody needs this, and there is a little bit of a misunderstanding out there. A lot of people think they need this particular training. Again, it just depends on how you're setting up your business. If I'm going to be opening Patty's Travel, and I'm gonna focus on riverboat cruising, and I'm gonna focus on selling Europe, because that ties in with European riverboats. It also allows me the opportunity, if I'm selling a lot of Europe, to offer pre and post extensions to my clients as well. I'm not going to go through the Sabre training because I'm really focused on a particular product and a particular destination. And my focus is going to be establishing relationships with those people and the different products that I want to be using. So let's say there's 8 different riverboat companies out there. One of the first things that I'm going to do is do my research. Which one is it that I want to be selling? Which are the ones that are going to best match my clients' needs? Which ones pay the most commissions? Which ones are the best value? Doesn't mean the cheapest. What offers the best value? So I'm going to do all that research, and then I'm going to start to establish a relationship with that company directly so that I can maybe book my air through them. So I don't need to be booking air separately, that I can book my riverboat cruise directly through the riverboat company. And then I'm going to probably be working with different ground suppliers over in the European destinations that I want to be working with. So, or I might decide to work with a consolidator too. Those are out there. So you have different options. And again, these are the things that you need to learn more about. You know, I'm probably just confusing you right now. I realize that it's just a lot of information, but this is the type of information that you need to educate yourself about, and then decide, is this something that I need to pursue? Is that something, or is there another way to do it? There's different trade associations out there. There's what we call consortia partners that are out there. And these are basically marketing arms. They allow smaller agencies or large agencies, but to get together as a group. And by merging as a group, they have greater buying power. Okay, so now they can go to the different cruise lines and the different riverboat companies and the different tour operators. And if by themselves, they were doing $1 million. Now, as a collective group, they're doing $20 million with them, and it gives them greater buying power. And by doing that, they now get more points of commission. All right. Maybe the normal commissions when they were on their own was 10%. And that's how agents get paid. They get paid in general. I use 10% sort of as a standard, but now by working collectively with these consortia partners, maybe now they get an extra point or two of commission. So it's again, these are just some of the things that are out there. You'll learn them. I don't want you to, I know there's just a lot to understand, and it will all start to make sense to you as you get in and you take some of the courses and you read and you understand more. And then lastly, you've got the distribution side. So these are the travel agents, and it might be a full-time travel agent that works 9 to 5 in a brick and mortar company. They get paid vacation, they're on salary, they get benefits, or you can be an independent contractor and work from your own home, set up your own business, set up as an S Corp or an LLC. And we talk about that in our education, the advantages of, one over the other. But then you're an entrepreneur. So if I'm setting up as Patty's Travel, I'm an entrepreneur. If I want to work 20 hours a week, I do that. If I want to go and travel for a month, I can shut my doors and go and travel for a month. I'm not getting paid benefits. I'm not getting paid vacations. I am an entrepreneur, and there's a lot of advantages to that. But you also, the buck stops with you. You're the one responsible for putting best practices in place and for doing all this research and making sure that you have everything that you need to be successful and to be able to set up and start selling. So once you're in as a travel agent, it kind of breaks down into two separate divisions. You've got corporate travel, which is basically Bill needs to be in Des Moines next week, and there's no selling in that you need to be doing. There's no destination knowledge that you need to know. You need to know how to book an airline ticket. You need to know how to book a hotel, and you need to know how to book a rental car. Boom, Bill's got to be there. That's where those global distribution systems, you will need that. For corporate travel, this is an absolute must-have because you're booking a lot of hotels and you're booking a lot of airline tickets. Or you've got the leisure side. I'm Patty's Travel, and I'm going to be selling riverboat cruises over in Europe. Now I need to know the destination. I need to know as much about Europe as possible because that's where I'm going to be focusing most of my business on. So I'm probably going to be looking at the Travel Institute and taking their 3 destination specialist courses on Europe. That's one of the things. Those are some of the things that I would focus on doing. I'm also going to go and do that research on all the riverboat companies so that I really understand the difference between them. I have to have good customer service skills. These people, Bill needs to be in Des Moines. Here, these people this is discretionary. They're looking at taking a trip. They're looking at taking a trip for their anniversary or whatever. So you need to have great customer service skills. You need to be organized, lots of moving pieces, lots of things happening, so many things that can go wrong. You need to be able to market. You need to be able to communicate, explain to them. Now I'm recommending this riverboat company over that riverboat company. And why is that? I need to be able to explain to them the differences between them and why my experience and my recommendations, that why they should be listening to that. And then at the end of the day, you do need to be able to close the sale, ask for the business and get them booked. Now, when I started out in travel, I started as a travel director for an incentive company, and that was great. I was in my early 20s, and it allowed me to travel all over the world. I got to learn a lot about geography. I got to learn a lot about customer service, how to handle problems if a client got sick or a bus didn't show up, whatever it was. It was really good boots on the ground training for the travel business. When I decided I wanted to get off the road, I actually stayed with the incentive company and I went to work in operations. So now I'm not traveling every week, but I am going over to Europe, thus my European knowledge, my extensive European knowledge. I would go over to Europe. I'd work with the ground suppliers. I'd check out all the hotels and venues and restaurants and everything. And then I would come back and put together these fabulous trips for the clients, and they would go. Loved that job. It was one of the most satisfying. If you love that, doing that research and building those itineraries, you'll love being in travel. But I decided if I'm going to stay in travel, I really needed to get into the sales side. So through my relationships, and I have to point that out, all of my jobs that I've had, my 5 jobs in travel, all came through relationships. I put myself out there. I always made sure I was like at the front of the class, that I was shaking hands and meeting the right people, networking. I cannot stress the importance of networking and letting people know who you are, regardless of how you set up. This is very much a people business, and really putting yourself out there and getting to know people and putting yourself forward is just a great way to, just talk to people. I can't even begin. You become part of this family, as I said before. And so we love to talk about our experiences. We love to talk about, why I'm recommending that over that. We love to talk where we've been lately and what's new there. And, people get into this business and they rarely leave. It's just not something that you leave easily. But I went to work for the cruise line, and during this time, you can see here, landline, old PC. I had a fax machine. They basically gave me a company car, a map, and a list of all the agents in an 8-state territory. And so I was basically a road warrior. I was traveling 4 days a week, out calling on travel agents. But I love this because it really did allow me to understand the agency side of the business and really get to know the agency community. And to this day, I'm still in touch with these people. I still keep in touch with them. A lot of them were invited to my wedding and my wedding reception. And, again, these people become a part of my family. And I loved that. During that time, because I was traveling so much, I belonged to a group. It was called SKAL, SKAL. They're still around. It's an international networking group for hospitality and travel individuals. And once a month we would get together and have dinner, and there'd be airline managers there, airline executives, there'd be hotel general managers, there would be agency owners, there was the president of a high-end tour company. One evening I'm having a dinner with him, and we're just chatting, and he said, I think I might have a perfect position for you. We're opening up a new division within the organization, and I would love for you to come and do this for us. So I moved over to that company, which got me off the road, which was great. I now had kids and needed to travel a little bit less. And I worked there for 15 years doing national accounts, loved it. They were pioneers in riverboat cruising. There's my knowledge of riverboat cruising. They also used to charter the Concorde and take it around the world. They would charter private jets. They were one of the first companies going down to Antarctica. They had small ships, so they could do things really unique and off the beaten path. And amazing. And everything that they did had an educational component, which I loved. I call it's travel with substance. It wasn't just going and sitting on a riverboat or sitting on a cruise line. There were educators on board. There were botanists and naturalists, and depending on where you were, there were experts and historians, and really bringing these destinations to life. And I loved doing that as well. But they, unfortunately, they broke up at the division, and I got a phone call from a board member. I was an active member and would participate in events with the Travel Institute. It was part of my networking to be able to go to these events. And I got a call from one of the board members one day asking me if I would come and join the Travel Institute. And that was 15 years ago. So when I talk about opportunities, that's exactly what I'm talking about. You never know. You're going to turn a corner, and as you're talking to someone, you just never know what might come about. It's just that kind of an industry, and that's just kind of how it rolls. So really putting yourself out there, getting to know people, engaging, not just showing up, engaging, very, very important as well. And as I said, there are opportunities, and most agents don't retire. They may cut back on their work, but there are tremendous opportunities right now. So your timing is perfect. As I said when I started, I doubt anybody on this call woke up this morning and thought this was a good idea. Maybe you've even started putting plans in motion 2 years ago, and suddenly life got in the way, and now it's 2 years later, and you're revisiting. That happens a lot. There's a lot of stopping and starting and starting and stopping in this business. So and we get that. So that's why, if you've been out there doing some research, and I know you're overwhelmed and it's just a lot of information, but really just putting some small steps in place. You don't need to quit your day job. You don't need to spend $10,000. You don't need to do any of that. Just start with the baby steps. I always tell this story, but I think it's very relevant, and I think that it just really makes that point about not being overwhelmed. It's a big world out there. And when you start thinking about, what is it that I want to sell? What is it that I want to focus in on? What am I good at? Is there something that makes you unique? Maybe that's it. People are saying, I want to travel with you. I want to go to Europe with you because you have this incredible knowledge of Europe. Or maybe I know one of our board members who started his business. He came from Ireland and he was bartending up on the East Coast, and he got to know people. Again, that's a friendly business, and that's a great way to network. And his clients would come in and he'd be talking about Ireland and this and that. And pretty soon people are going, we want to go with you. We want to go meet your mom, and we want to, see where you're from and all of that. So he put together a trip to Ireland, and he took a bunch of people from the pub over. And now he has his own business, and he really focuses in on that particular specialization, and he does it differently. I was having dinner with my cousin one evening, and she was talking about taking her daughter over to Ireland. This was just before the pandemic. And she said, I went out and I got an itinerary, and would you take a look at it? And I said, sure. I know a lot about Ireland. I used to take a lot of trips over there and escort fam trips over there. So she sent me the itinerary, and it was your basic cookie cutter, oh my gosh, shoot me now, Ireland trip, kissing the Blarney Stone and going to Trinity and seeing the Book of Kells and, going to the Abbey Theater and, oh my gosh, snore, snore, snore. And it was expensive, and it was for her and her 18-year-old daughter. And I said, this is not a good fit for you. This is not you. Let me put you in touch with my friend who's from Ireland, the bar owner. And so I gave her his number. They had a long chat. She called me up. She goes, oh my gosh, I loved him. He had some great ideas. And he came back with this great itinerary, much more interesting, off the beaten path, going out to different farms, meeting people, being hosted by, a fun Irish couple or a fun Irish family, different things. It wasn't your just cookie cutter, get on the bus and go and do your basic sightseeing. It was really getting to know the people and having these experiences, bringing the destination to life. And so we all get into this a little bit differently, but don't be overwhelmed. Bring it down. What is it that you know? What is it? Again, do you have an expertise? Do you have knowledge of a particular destination or product? Do you have access to something that nobody else has access to? Be thinking about what it is that you can do a little bit differently. And then don't go out and think, be overwhelmed. My friend, when I was working for the tour company, I got a phone call one day from a gentleman who had just returned from one of my Russian riverboat cruises. And he introduced himself, and he said, I just took early retirement. He was 55, from a Fortune 500 company. A friend of mine had booked this Russian riverboat cruise and couldn't go at the last minute. He goes, my wife and I are very well traveled. Looking at this trip on paper, we never in a million years would have gone on this trip. But hey, it was free. So they went on it, and he says, oh my gosh, we were blown away. Not that it was, the Four Seasons or anything. It definitely wasn't. It was Russian. It was Russia, and before there was really no luxury there. But he said the people, the history. He goes, it was just amazing. I can't even begin to tell you how much we enjoyed this trip. And he said, I think I can sell this. So I put him in touch with an agent near where he lived. Not that that was important, but it was convenient. And we blocked 30 beds on my Russian riverboat cruise. Now, he's never been in travel before. He was a good businessman, but this was all brand new to him. All right. So we blocked 30 beds for a September date that was 5 months down the road. So it gave him time to promote this and to get those 30 beds filled. Now, why 30 beds? Because basically, if you book 15 beds, you get one berth free. So by booking 30 or 15 cabins, he and his wife could go and escort the trip. That was important to him. That was a part of his business plan, that they wanted to be escorting it. And it also fulfilled one of their retirement objectives, which was to travel. So here they were doing it, and they didn't have to pay the money. They just went and sort of hosted these people. So he goes out. We put together a flyer, and it had the date and the itinerary and the cost and his contact information. He went to the local Sun City. He put together a little PowerPoint presentation, and he did that as well. He went to the local country club, afternoon tea, serving coffee and cookies. Nothing expensive. He's not spending a ton of money. He's just being very strategic. He puts a small little ad in the local newspaper, again, not spending a lot of money. And pretty soon he's got his 30 beds. Now, could he have sold 40? Quite possibly, but he's building his brand, all right? It wasn't about getting 50 or 60 people. He needed those 30 people. He wanted to keep the group size small and intimate, and so that he and his wife would get to know them. And that's exactly what happened. They go on this trip. As I said, traveling with people, it's very personal. You get to know them at a whole nother level. If it's a great experience, they're going to come back and book with you again. Well, everybody had a great time, really got to know this couple. And he comes back and he goes, oh my gosh, I'm already getting phone calls. People are talking, and we had to turn people away last time. Let's block 30 beds for May of next year, 5 months down the road, so that I've got time to promote it. But in the meantime, that people from the first group are coming back. Where are we going? We want to travel with you again. What are we going to do? So he comes to me. What should we do? All right, let's do China and the Yangtze River. Boom. Same thing. We block the 30 beds. He goes to the Sun City and the country club and does a small ad, does the exact same thing, and he fills that up. So you can see here, he's building that snowball. It's building, building, building. So now he's got 2 trips going, and he and his wife are escorting both of them. So he comes back, and now where are we going to go next? And yet he's still doing Russian riverboat cruise. Now he's still doing a group once a year over on China and the Yangtze River. All right, let's do Egypt and the Nile River. So you can see here, we're kind of building on a theme. So he doesn't have to go out and find all new clients each time. He knows these people appreciate riverboat cruising. He knows these people like the intimacy. He's already got the formula down. So he's really just, bringing these people in and giving them the same type of experience, just in a different destination. All right. Very, very smart. He's not all over the place. He's not jumping all over the place. So important. And that I can't stress to you about, gaining traction in the beginning and you driving the business that you want to be selling, instead of waiting for that phone to ring, waiting to hear what somebody needs on the other end, whether you know it or understand it, or you need to go out and do all the research. You're not in control at that point. So it's very important for you to really, be thinking about this strategically and be thinking about how you can lay the groundwork and do this smartly. Very, very important. Again, what are you waiting for? People always ask, Patty, what's your recommendation, or, what's the best advice you can give me? It always is, what are you waiting for? It's, it's always going to be a certain amount of work you're going to have to put into it, but start small, start laying the groundwork. It's a great time to be doing that. So some of the skills that you need to be good at this is, that interpersonal relationships, that's important. Having a good grasp of language, you're often dealing with, different languages, but communication is really important here. Lots of moving pieces. So making sure that you're communicating clearly and concisely, very important. Being able to do math on the fly. As I mentioned, you're making commissions, so you need to make sure that the margins that you're building into your business, that's enough for you that's what you need to make money, and that you're building your business out so that you are making money and that your yields are profitable. All right. So this is really important. So assume in general you get paid 10% commission with a particular product. So if you're going to focus in on 4-night Caribbean cruises and they sell for $8.99 a person and you're getting paid 10%. So every time you book 2 people on that, you're getting paid $180 for that booking. Is that going to be enough? When you're paying for your overhead and you're figuring everything out, is that going to be enough? How many of those 4-night cruises are you going to have to sell in order to break even, in order to make money, in order to meet the objectives and the goals that you've laid out for yourself? I always use Disney as a great example. A lot of people focus in on Disney, and I think it's very smart. There's a couple reasons why. First of all, Disney, there's very little marketing. Everybody knows Disney. Everybody knows Mickey Mouse. So there's very little education and marketing that has to go on with that. People go several times over the course of their lifetime. They go as a child. They may go as a teenager. They may go as a parent, as a grandparent, whatever. They may go have their honeymoon there. They may have a destination wedding there, whatever it is. There's lots of opportunities for people to go back and opportunities to repeat itself. It's just that kind of a destination. The other thing is there's lots of different options there. Obviously you've got the theme parks, but you also have the golf clubs. You've got the culinary school. You can focus on honeymoon and destination weddings to Disney. They also have the cruise lines, the themed cruise lines going out of Cape Canaveral as well. So lots of variety in there that you can pick and choose from and kind of move around within the same product structure. And then lastly, it's not inexpensive. When people go to Disney, it's expensive. So that trip is probably going to cost $10,000. And guess what? If you're making 10% commission, that's $1,000 in commission. So be thinking about this, all right, as you're going through and trying to decide, what it is that you might want to focus in on. If you're setting up your business for the first time, be thinking about what is it that you want to talk about? What are you passionate about? How fun to be able to lay the groundwork and set up a business that you get to talk about every day, talk to like-minded people and talk enthusiastically and learn more about that place or that particular product. You can do that. And again, you control that. You kind of control that narrative and you control the destiny of where you want your company to go. So I mentioned about the crawl, walk, run scenario. It just depends on you, what works best for you. We have what we call the trip kit. This is a self-paced course that you do on your own. Most of you probably don't realize, but we provide textbooks to the travel schools and hospitality programs out there. One is Exploring the World, which is geography, not just maps, but all about the culture and the people and the history and so much great information about the world in general. It's just a really good resource and everybody should take advantage of this geography book. and also Travel Career Development, which is over 400 pages talking about the industry, talking about hotels, talking about the cruise lines, everything that everything you kind of have to be aware of that's out there, and some of the different choices that you're going to have to make. One of those is maybe, are you going to work with a host agency? Now, if I'm Patty's Travel and I'm going to focus on riverboat cruises to Europe, but I'm Patty's Travel, so when I pick up the phone and I call Uniworld and ask if I can block 30 beds, 15 cabins, they're probably going to say yes, but they don't know me from anybody out there. So, I'm not going to get extra points of commission. I'm not going to get some additional perks, maybe like a shipboard credit or a complimentary upgrades for my clients, because I don't have a lot of revenue with them yet. I don't have the relationships. I don't have the credibility. All of those things take time to earn over. You just don't have those right off the bat. But now if I do a lot of research and I look at the host agency directory that I've got on my website, I can now look at working with a host agency. And a host agency is typically a brick and mortar business that's been around for a long time. They've got an IT department, they've got a marketing department, they've got an accounting department, they've got their own website, all of those things. They have their own insurance, they have their own IATA number. All of these things we cover in the book, what all those different terms mean. And if I go ahead and align myself and work with a host agency, after doing a lot of research and making sure it's a good fit for me and that they do a lot of business, generate a lot of revenue with the riverboat companies that I want to be working with, now I'm Patty's Travel affiliated with X, Y, and Z. So now when I go to Uniworld to block 30 beds, 15 cabins for a group for next May, they're going to, since I'm working with this reputable company that's been around for a long time and does $10 million worth of business with them each year, I'm now going to get a couple of extra points of commission. I'm now going to get that $100 spa credit. I'm going to get these additional perks that organization has earned. So these are all the things that you kind of need to be thinking about, and just making sure that, as you're putting everything in place, that you're picking the right people and for the right reasons. But this trip kit, it includes the 2 textbooks and workbooks, the OG book, which is setting up a home-based travel business. Lots of really good information in there by Tommy and Joni Ogg. Then there's a checklist, a step-by-step checklist that you can go through that kind of gives you all the things do I set up as an S Corp? Do I set up as an LLC? All the different decisions that you kind of need to make, getting the proper email address, coming up with your name, is it the right brand, giving you some really good ideas on that. We give you a step-by-step syllabus so that none of this is it's all laid out for you, very simple for you to go through it. And we also include 13 one-hour expert webinars by industry folks on a lot of different topics. How do I make money? What does a day in the life of a travel agent look like? And then lastly, you have that travel agent proficiency test, which is 100 multiple choice questions that you go through. And that's your introductory program. It's affordable. You do it. It's self-paced. It's self-study. So those of you that are excited to get going and get started, you can go through it as quickly as you like. The other options are travel schools. There are travel schools still out there. Some where you actually go into a classroom. A lot of them, most of them are virtual these days, but we have a travel school directory on our website. So take a look at that. If you like instructor-led learning, if you need that sort of accountability, a travel school might work for you. Some of the host agencies do have entry-level training. Some of them do offer that, but just be aware, they are a host agency. They do want you to come and work for them. I personally like you to get this basic training so that you can now not that you can't be talking to hosts and looking at hosts while you're going through this. You absolutely can, and you absolutely should be. But jumping into a host agency before you have this basic knowledge, I just want to make sure that you're making the right decisions and that you're asking the right questions. And if you don't have that basic knowledge, I just, I don't know that you're going to get to be in the right place all the time. And it's very, very important. Making sure you're aligning yourself with the right partners. You want to make sure they share your philosophy, that they share your values, that they represent your brand well. If I'm selling riverboats to Europe, that's a luxury product. So I want to make sure that if I'm working with a host agency, not only do they have tremendous relationships with the riverboat companies and the European suppliers that I want to be working with, ground suppliers, but that they also have a luxury feel about them, that they're, the class of service, it would be considered luxury. It's very, very important to make sure that as you're going through this process, that you are aligning yourself with the right people and the right partners. All right. Specialization, I do a whole other webinar just on specializing. So if you really want to learn more about that, I do one at noon next Tuesday on specialization. But again, I can't stress enough, especially in the beginning, so that you're not all over the place, that you pick something that you already know, that you already are knowledgeable about, that you have some firsthand experience with, that you can talk about with confidence. That's a big part of selling. It's very hard to sell something that you don't know firsthand and that you can't talk enthusiastically about. I know my experiences when I'm talking to people about different destinations that I know, it is about those little stories about the restaurant that I found, or the experience that I had, or the time the baboons came and they would come at noon when I was swimming over in Kenya, and they would come and drink water out of the pool at noon every day, and it was just me and these 20 different baboons in the pool. It's those little nuggets of information that get people excited. So be thinking about, what is it that you've got? What knowledge, what experiences do you have that you can maybe build on? Very, very important. Lots of education out there. Obviously, you found the Travel Institute. That's great. Continue to use us. We have a lot of what I call gap learning. If you look at our premium access, once you've gone through the entry-level training, then it's a matter of kind of figuring out where else you need help. Maybe you need help with social media. Maybe you need help with marketing. Maybe you need help with sales. We have all sorts of learning and different courses and webinars that you can just pick and choose, so you can get the education that you need when you need it. All right. And that's that gap training. You have to have the basic knowledge, but once you've gotten that, going out and kind of filling in where you need extra help, that can help you with that. Almost every supplier has education out there. All of it's online. Most of it's free. So if you decide to work with a particular cruise company, go out and take their educational courses. Disney has a great education courses. So most of them do have education on there. Get out there, introduce yourself, let them know that this is your area of interest and what you plan on focusing on. And once you get in and you get started, then I do recommend that you earn credentials, certification through the Travel Institute. We have just under 27,000 people that have become certified with us, and it's important because that's an expression of your professionalism, and it's important in these days, again, as individuals are vetting different travel agents. Certification is one of the ways that they do that as well. Networking, get out there, come up with your company name, get your business cards printed, all of these things. Get out there and let people know what you're doing. And it's important. I usually recommend, and if you're working with a host agency, they get together several times a year. They usually have one big annual meeting. That's another tremendous way of networking and finding support, is through working with some of the different host agencies, but they're all different as well. They're all set up a little bit differently. So make sure that you're doing your homework on when you're looking at picking a host agency also. But having the opportunity to get together with industry executives and meet different suppliers and go to seminars and just the networking in general that you get at these annual meetings is so interesting and so important. I do a lot of them. I do maybe 4 a year that I go to, and they're always fascinating. I might have a cup of coffee with the owner of the host agency that's hosting it, and we have interesting conversations. I get to meet a lot of the different agents. I get to meet a lot of the different suppliers that are out there and really get a good feel on what's happening in the industry. And again, the networking, you just never know what opportunities are going to pop up from those different conversations that you have. There's other great resources that are out there. If you're interested in business travel, GBTA is a great resource. Destination management executives, if you're interested in working with a particular destination, that might be a possibility. Incentives, that was my background. I came from working with the incentive companies. Meeting professionals, most Fortune 500 companies have their own in-house travel agency that does all their business travel and sets up different meetings throughout the country. NTA, if you're interested in looking at bus tours, lots of interest in doing domestic travel and people staying a little bit closer to home. And I don't see that changing a lot. So that might be an option for you. And ASTA is the legal arm for the travel industry. So you might take a look at them as well. And they might be able to help you out. Here are some of the different magazines and weekly newsletters. Travel Weekly, that's a great resource. TRO, Travel Research Online, Travel Professional News, Travel Market Report, Agent at Home. Hot Tip Tuesday, that's our weekly newsletter. That's really, really good. And this hottraveljobs.com, I like to give them a shout out because they do help with recruiting and they do post jobs just in the travel industry. So take a look at them. It just might be something, something of interest to you. They're based up on the East Coast and they just have lots of good resources and they might be able to help you out as well. And lastly, what are you waiting for? Make the choice to take the chance to make some changes. This is a fun career, guys, and lots of different ways for you to do it. You don't need to quit your day job. You can start with the baby steps. So get out there, start laying the groundwork and see where it takes you. Here is the information on the trip kit that I was talking about. You get the 3 textbooks right here and the workbooks. They're all online right now. I mean, you can get the textbooks, but you have to pay for shipping. You've got the 13 webinars. You've got the checklist that I talked about, the syllabus, and then lastly, you've got the TAP test. Anybody, you can just go to my website, www.thetravelinstitute.com. If you click on the trip kit, which is right on the front page there, all through the month of January, we're offering $80 tuition assistance. So it's normally $379. It'll go down to $299 when you check out. And here is my information. There's my email address. There's my home office number. Like us on Facebook and make sure you sign up for our Hot Tip Tuesday. It's good information. So with that, we're just getting close to that 1 hour mark. If there's any questions out there, just pop it into the chat box. Somebody's asking about the GDS training, I think. We do have an individual Sabre training course in our bookstore, but we do not do any GDS training specifically because it's technical and it's different and it's not going to be just a one size fits all. It isn't like that. Is the trip kit good for travel agents who are new and already working with a host agency? It just depends, if you need help understanding kind of the hierarchy and how the different departments and components of travel work together. If when I use a term like ARC or IATA, if you don't know what that means, then you probably need to kind of take a step back. just depends on what kind of support that host agency is offering you as well. So I think we have the best training that's out there. We're constantly updating it and tweaking it and making it better, because education is all that we do. We have the luxury of being able to do that. Other people that offer education and training, they usually have other things on their agenda, and education and the content is not their number one priorities, but it is for us. Different age. Somebody's just asking about the different agency resources. I'm going to go ahead and back this up so you can see here. I think that's it. I don't see any other questions. Again, I did tape today, and I will be sending out a copy if you needed to jump off early or got distracted, whatever. Thank you all very, very much for joining me today. I look forward to welcoming you into the program. If you've got any questions or I didn't answer your question, please feel free to reach out. Thanks, everybody. Have a great rest of the day. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Patty, for sharing more about the Travel Institute's New to Travel 101 course. Now, if you watch that, you're likely new to travel. So I think it's worth mentioning that on Monday, we also did a think tank with ASTA on their roadmap to becoming a travel advisor course, which is something that HAR worked with them pretty closely on, or very closely on, I should say. And we're going to put a link in the comments to that so you can find it easily, and you can check that out too if you're kind of looking for a course as you're getting started. And with this, now that we finished our last think tank, we are halfway through Host Week, which seems crazy because it seems like we all just started getting to know each other and become best friends. But now that you've had a taste for it, all of us on the HAR team want to go ahead and hear what you think. So don't be shy about this. We love all feedback. So did you like the addition of the think tanks this year? Was there a way we could run it more smoothly? We already had someone give us some feedback that they'd like to see our speakers be more diverse next year. We hear that, and we will work to be better about that next year. But what else can we do better? So maybe you think we need to have a pet segment where you can just take a break and look at people's pets for like 20 minutes. Or maybe you think Orion shouldn't be sitting on my lap and jumping on my lap during those. We love all feedback. So they're very, very welcome. We created Host Week for you, and we want to know what we can do to improve it. So your homework for today is just a comment and let us know what you've liked about Host Week so far, and if there's anything we can do better. So let's see what's in the pipeline for tomorrow. Like every other day so far, we're going to open things up at 12 p.m. Central Time. Same time as always, and then we're going to move into our keynote. So I'm excited to let you know that tomorrow we're really going to be kicking butt, and we have Royal Caribbean's Vicky Freed and Anthony Maloro, and their goal is to inspire you. So if you've been feeling like you've been slogging through life for the last few months / couple years, and you're feeling burnt out, you need to tune into this keynote. It will lift your spirits. It'll give you some solid advice on how to get more sales. But most importantly, it's going to lift your spirits and give you some inspiration and some hope for things. We'll also be hearing from ASTA's counterpart in Canada, which is ACTA, the Association of Canadian Travel Agencies. And then at 12:40, at 12:40, they're going to give us an update on what ACTA's been up to, areas they're focusing on 2022, what they've accomplished. So tune in for that if you're a Canadian advisor. And after ACTA is finished, then we'll be moving into a supercharged Get to Know Your Host segment. We'll be hearing from Plaza Travel, Travel Edge, Independent by Flight Center, Incentive Connection Travel, and Travel Planners International. So it's a really fun lineup. And for all of you Canadian advisors out there, most of the host agencies will be interviewing tomorrow, except Canadian agencies. So don't forget that if you're looking for a host, whether you're Canadian or US based, if you're looking for a host, do a little research about these hosts ahead of time if you can, and make sure to bring your questions as the host reps, because there are host reps that's going to be in the comments and they can answer you ASAP. So once that's done, and you've had your fill of hosts after our Get to Know a Host segment, we'll go ahead and roll into our Supplier Love segment, where we'll be getting lots and lots of warm fuzzies from Brendan Vacations, Colette, Arch Rome Wright, Kentucky Vacations, Vax Vacation Access, and Red Carnation's Hotel. So they're going to regale you with love songs and how much they adore you as hosted advisors. And then after that, we've got one think tank, and that is going to be telling your story. How to craft a founder's story that sells with Richard D'Ambrosio. And that is it. So for the whole team at Host Agency Reviews, thank you again for joining us. It's been wonderful, and we will see you tomorrow at 12 p.m. Central Time.